Well, it's been an interesting 2.5 weeks.
It has.
We, the jury, duly impaneled and sworn in the above entitled action, do find the defendant
Guilty. Did you expect that?
No.
Not at all.
I mean, obviously I knew that's a possibility.
Her words tell us that she was involved in this killing. Her actions and her words of texting Chad Daybell tell us the motives behind this murder. Chad and money.
911, where is your emergency?
This event was not planned or expected. It was shocking.
Come out this way, man.
I got in a fight with my brother-in-law and I shot him in self-defense.
The Chandler Police Department did treat this event just like it was, self-defense, and a tragic family event.
We looked back through the evidence, the text messages and all that. So it was a little bit of back and forth, but all of us were pretty sure we already knew what we wanted.
It's just sad that this has happened to Charles, and she's given up her life as well. You know, it's sad.
Lori, where are your kids?
Nobody deserved this. Not one death in this was deserved.
6 years of walking the pits of hell every day, and about halfway through, I realized, okay, I'm gonna make it.
We're gonna make it. Yeah, I'm sorry I cut that off. I don't know why. What's up, everybody? How you doing? Sorry, still putting on makeup. And I'm a little too scary, so... Okay, Lamisa says she's watching the Karen retrial. I can't. I cannot. I can't get into it. Because I feel like... I don't know. I feel like it's already... I don't know what the word is or what I'm trying to say, really. The hearing starts at 10:30 Arizona time. So in 30 minutes. Oh, shit. Am I way early? I sure am. I am so early. Oh, my God, y'all. I think I just realized that. Hold on. I got to do the math in my head. Yeah, I did it as if it's Arizona time and I'm central. What a dork. I'm a dork. Did y'all know I'm a dork? Thank you, Chandra. Because, like, as soon as you said, what time does the hearing start? And then I answered, and then I was like, oh, crap. You did it again. Y'all, I hate the time difference. I do. It really jacks with me so bad. Oh, my God. I feel like a dork. Oh, well. So it's 10 here. Oh, my God. It's like 8 o'clock over there in the morning. Oh, my God. Holy hell. Yeah, he ain't got nothing to report. Sis. Don't worry. We all a dork sometimes. Oh, my God, Chandra. I'm from Arizona and now live in Utah. I get it mixed up all the time. It sucks. It jacks with me more than anything, I think. Because I straight up was like, all right, got this scheduled. It was pretty easy to, of course it was easy because I obviously didn't think. Yeah, I'm prompt. I'm making up for all those times I was late. Wow. Anyways. So what y'all want to talk about? We can talk about whatever. And I don't know if I should just reschedule or what. Yeah. I even went walk this morning. I'm nervous. I'm just a nervous wreck. I'm just ready for Jason to be home and be done with that. I don't like all the up in the air stuff. That shit gets old. Okay. I'm also working on a video. Multitasking. I put, what do you call that? Freon in the truck this morning. I weed eated this morning. So, I don't know. Jason has an electric weed eater. Oh, they are the best. Okay. Because I don't weed eat unless it's an electric weed eater because It's like light, but my arm is like, it hates me because, I'm not used to manual labor anymore. Yeah, we could talk shit on Melanie. It is productive. Yeah, I definitely have time to do my makeup. Plus, I can't do two things at one time. I mean, I can, but I don't do it very well. I'd have to ignore y'all and and focus on, especially when I do my eyeliner and my mascara. I have to sit there and do the faces, Anybody? Okay, yeah, I gotta be quiet for a second. Bad enough I got all these wrinkles to work around. Okay. I always get one eye that's okay, but the other one never matches the other one. Anyways, first world problems, right? Hope asked about CA. Who's CA? Oh my gosh. Adrian Cash, you poor thing. You just finished it. Well, I'm glad. It was kind of crazy. Hold on, I gotta do my mascara and I cannot talk like I just did. I'm glad y'all can't see me. Oh, come on. Yeah, I'm not trying to look great. Just presentable. Girl problems. Okay. Oh, man. All right. What are we going to do today? Let's see. Let me pull. Let's see here. That's old. So, okay. Yesterday was today. Okay. Updated May 14th at 7:46 Mountain Standard Time. Don't get me doing the calculations because but I mean, damn. Is today really the 14th? Okay. Yeah, it is. It is. Okay. Bad one. I don't trust even my calendar. Okay. I'm just going to kind of read. I know I have the overlay, but it's nothing special. So let's see. It says Maricopa County. Oh, well, this is it was updated today. Lori Vallow Daybell, prosecutor, files pretrial statement for second Arizona trial. And so the brief of it, this is from Fox 10 News. And it says the brief of it is Maricopa County prosecutor Trina Kay filed a pretrial statement ahead of the pretrial hearing for Lori Vallow Daybell's second Arizona case. Vallow Daybell is accused of attempting to kill her ex-nephew-in-law, Brandon Boudreaux. In April, Vallow Daybell was convicted of murder conspiracy in the case of Charles Vallow's death. He was her former husband. And it goes on to say the state of Arizona filed a pretrial statement ahead of Wednesday's pretrial hearing in the case against convicted murderer Lori Vallow Daybell. And it says, what we know, prosecutor Trina Kay listed 22 witnesses she could call to testify against the so-called doomsday mom. Kay will try to convince a jury that Daybell conspired with her late brother, Alex Cox, to commit the first-degree murder of Brandon Boudreaux in October 2019 in an October 2019 Gilbert shooting. 7 witnesses are from Gilbert Police, including Ryan Pillar, who testified in the Idaho trials for Lori Daybell, and her husband, Chad Daybell, who is on death row, where she needs to go. Detective Nathan Duncan with Chandler PD just testified in the last Arizona trial regarding Charles Vallow. And then he shows, let's see. So Justin Lum hold on, I'm just going to finish the article. Then we'll go and read those documents. But it says Rexburg Police Lieutenant Ray Hermosillo will return to Arizona, this time as a witness. Prosecutors say Cox was instructed by Daybell to drive from Rexburg, Idaho to Gilbert, Arizona, leading to the shooting at Boudreaux's home. According to police, Vallow Daybell identified Boudreaux as a dark spirit in connection to her religious beliefs. In April, Daybell was found guilty of conspiring with Cox in the fatal shooting of her fourth husband, Charles Vallow, that took place in their former Chandler home. Kinda. She has not been sentenced yet for the conviction, which will be done after her second trial. And then it says, what's next? Boudreaux is Vallow Daybell's ex-nephew-in-law and will take the stand. That's going to be so interesting. Facing her as she represents herself in court as her own attorney. He's one of 6 civilian witnesses named in the filing. Oh my gosh, Annette. Opening statements are set for June 2nd after jury selection, but the state says 3 witnesses are not available during the first week. Prosecutor Trina Kay expects it to take 4 to 5 days to present its case in chief. The sentence range for conspiracy to commit first-degree murder is life without the possibility of release after 25 years. But Daybell is already serving 3 consecutive life terms. I mean, how come nobody ever adds the other 2? For murdering her 2 youngest children, J.J. Vallow and Tylee Ryan, and conspiring in the murder of Chad Daybell's first wife, Tammy. I mean, they didn't name her. Okay. And then it says the source, Maricopa County court filings and proceedings. So so last night, whenever I was rewatching Joe and my, we did that live stream last night, Bishop Pace, A Deeper Dive. And so I was watching it because I didn't watch it the first time, but I always go back and watch afterwards. And around the part where we were trying to figure out the DEA agent part. Hold on, I'm trying to get back over there. Hey, Donna. We were trying to figure out the DEA agent and why they're in this case, like what the hell? Well, it dawned on me because I was like, oh my God, okay, I think I know what it is. The DEA agent witness that's supposed to testify but don't have to, I don't know, just stipulations that Trina wrote, is due to what I believe they have these what I guess what you call them is drug cams. The DEA has cameras set up along the interstate, all the interstates, and they monitor traffic going in and out. And they captured the Jeep either coming to or going, leaving, either going to Arizona or coming from Arizona back to Rexburg. And I believe that's what it has to do with. That's the only thing that makes sense to me. And I was like, oh, okay, that could be it. Memovate. You can't get into Karen Reed or Diddy. So just waiting for crazy lore whore. I got into Diddy yesterday. I mean, I was into it before, but then, so I watched BJ Investigates, or That Surprise Witness. She has 2 different channels, but she was just reading tweets, and then she was also, she had a couple news sources pulled. I think like 7 sources. I'm like, I ain't got the brain for that. No interest. I'm only interested in Diddy because of how I'm trying to understand Tim Ballard and his alleged trafficking case, just to get some context of what it looks like. And not to mention that Kanye West is connected to Sean Reyes, who was the attorney general for the state of Utah until just recently. And he is, Tim Ballard's one of Tim Ballard's right-hand man. And I just find it interesting that allegedly Kanye West gifted a brown leather chair, I think it was. I don't know if it was brown, but I could be making that part up. But a leather chair that, this is so wild, but a leather chair that Sean Reyes could sit in while at Mac's place in Salt Lake City. And anyways, I don't know. Allegedly, I'm just saying, it's just one of them weird things, weird connections. Not to mention, I think that through David Levitt, who used to be a Utah County prosecuting attorney. Okay, these names are so long. Okay, he is disgusting. I agree. He's an asshole. Okay. So I'm just not even going to sugarcoat that. He is just out there. He's too intense and unneeded. Nobody needs that shit. You ain't that special. But anywho, but it all factors in. Okay, let me finish this one. So David Levitt, the Utah County, he used to be the Utah County prosecuting attorney in Utah, of course. He has ties to Tavistock Institute and Esalen Institute, and I don't know enough to even, I don't have enough on hand to dive into that, but you can Google and find out. And it's pretty sus. His wife, David Levitt's wife, is Shalom Levitt, and she is a sex therapist who works at BYU, which is interesting. Those two things normally don't go together. And they are accused by the Hamblin daughters of doing some really heinous shit. And not to mention that David Levitt has ties to the Ukraine, and that's through Viktor Yushchenko. And then you got to think about oh my gosh, I always forget her first name. Marina Abramovich, which is that crazy lady who makes art from blood and stuff and bones and like body parts and all kinds of weird shit. So there's that. But then I was trying to remember where I was going when I was just trying to sidetrack. And then I can't think. It'll come back. Not to mention David Hamblin's dad, Robert Hamblin. He was funded by the United States government to do this program that was called, it was like a reward program where it's very similar to what we watched last night, if you were here, with David Levitt, where he says, he was asked if he believes that satanic ritual abuse exists, and he says, oh yeah, I know a victim of it. And it was, he had to have been insinuating his own victim, because anyways, he called her tragically mentally ill again. But he said that how, I forget the line of questioning, but it was something along the lines of how do you let me grab it. It's gonna piss me off. I don't want to be inaccurate. I doubt enough things, much less at least refresh my memory. And I think I just closed all them damn windows. David Levitt. Y'all, and then he moved to a freaking castle. Straight castle all the way in freaking Scotland. I'm just like, okay. Yeah. It's just odd. Not to mention that the Levitt family has a funeral home, another funeral home. All kinds of funeral homes around here. Let's see, videos. I know better. Oh, here's his castle. Oh, well, hold on. I got to share my screen and I got to take this thing down. Hold on. Do this and then take this down. Okay. That's down. See the castle? Isn't that wild? Why do they own a castle? Well, I can't be doing the music. We bought a castle because it's normal. And then they share their work that they do to the castle with all of you. Yeah, here it is. It was on Dateline, but then they took that episode down as well, just like they did with Tylee and JJ's, Where Are the Kids episode. That's interesting. And it was about Nicholas Alaverdian, aka Arthur Knight, or Arthur Arthur Knight, which is a strange story all in of itself. Oh, we've uncovered hidden staircases. Interesting. Are there cages in there? I don't too much trust these people at all. They're super sus. Okay, hold on. I need to just go to YouTube instead of trying to look online for it. So let me do the right thing here. David Levitt. Nor Jasmine is the only other real YouTube creator that, she's covered it pretty well. I'm like, I was so excited whenever she did it. Super excited. So y'all go check her out. He said, David Levitt says ritualistic child sex abuse investigation is a political conspiracy aimed at him. David Levitt, conflicts, allegations, and Buffalo for a baby. Here it is.
There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
The Fox 13 News investigative team has obtained video of Utah County Attorney David Levitt talking about how he adopted a Native American child.
The video shows Levitt explaining how he tried to broker a deal with a tribe in Montana, offering them the ability to export buffalo meat to Ukraine as part of a request he made at the same time to adopt the child.
Fox 13 News investigative reporter Adam Herbets found out why the statements made in this video are part of a long-standing criminal investigation.
And Tribal Social Services looked at us and said, we're not giving you this baby.
This video was recorded by a documentarian in 2020. It's 17 minutes long, and it shows Utah County Attorney David Levitt telling the story of how he managed to adopt a tribal infant in 2017.
And finally, this strategy comes into my head.
Strategy.
And if you got 5 minutes, I'll tell you the story.
As he describes it, his strategy meant hopping on a plane to Montana, then walking onto the reservation unscheduled to meet with the president of the Northern Cheyenne tribe.
I said, I'm here for two reasons. I said, I'm here to tell you the second reason first.
He's so gross.
But I'll tell you the first reason second. I said, but before I tell you the second reason, I want to tell you a story.
His story touches on the importance of family. Then it highlights his close friendship with former Ukrainian President Viktor Yushchenko.
Victor and I have this goal of introducing buffalo into Western Ukraine. And you're a sovereign nation, and you have a buffalo herd, and Ukraine is a sovereign nation, and it doesn't have a buffalo herd, but it wants one.
He's so clever.
And so I'm here to try and see if we can form a bilateral agreement between the people of the Northern Cheyenne and the people of Ukraine to introduce buffalo to Western Ukraine.
That's called Rapikin.
And at that point, he was all ears.
I bet.
And I said, that's the second reason why I'm here. The first reason why I'm here is this, that we want to adopt one of your people.
He says tribal president Jace Kilsback gave his blessing, but tribal social services did not. So Levitt went back to the president to try again. Watch and listen to how he describes the tribal president made a compelling argument to help Levitt clear that final hurdle and take home the child that same day.
He said, listen, the Levitts are friends of the tribe. He's an asset. They're assets to the tribe for more than just this. I left, and 5 minutes later, the phone rang, and it was a social worker saying, "I think I figured out a way to get this child to you."
Jace Killsback has declined to comment. At the time of this interview, he was in prison for fraud in an unrelated case.
Not every child needs to grow up in the city, green grass, white picket fence house. It's best for the Native children to remain in Native communities.
Stephanie Benally, a Native American specialist for Utah foster care, is not just giving her opinion in this interview. She's describing federal law, the Indian Child Welfare Act. It was passed in 1978 to protect Native American children from being adopted by non-Native families.
Prior to the act, 25 to 35% of Native children were removed from their home and placed in non-Native homes.
There's such a prejudice in the Native community about a non-Native adopting a Native.
Levitt says the child is family. Technically, she's his step, foster, great niece. They might not be related by blood, but ultimately, the tribe gets to decide who's considered family. According to court documents, the child's biological mother willingly gave up her parental rights, but the biological father did not. The court ultimately ruled in Levitt's favor, approving the adoption.
Let me put it this way. I would like our elected officials to be servants of the public and not self-serving.
Linda F. Smith is a member of the Utah State Bar Ethics Advisory Opinion Committee. She also taught ethics at the University of Utah for more than 30 years. She says the video is concerning in more ways than one.
He was clearly politicking to get his way. It was a little smarmy, a way to talk somebody into letting you adopt a child that might otherwise be better raised by the tribe.
David Levitt is the same county attorney who named himself as the subject of a ritualistic child sex abuse investigation.
And
Last month, he announced he is not a murderer, a cannibal, or an abuser.
A cannibal. I'm not a
accused
cannibal.
the Utah County Sheriff of playing politics right before the primary, even though Levitt was not publicly named.
This is not a politically motivated investigation.
I mean, is it disturbing? Yeah, it is. You have to kind of separate that and not let emotions affect your investigation at all.
Noel Engels is a former analyst with Homeland Security. He confirmed his team had been investigating sexual allegations against Levitt for several years. Then in 2020, Homeland Security received the video and started investigating for human trafficking.
It's literally our job is to make sure children are safe.
5 months after receiving the video, documents show Noel and his team were removed from the case. He has since filed a whistleblower complaint and received back this letter. You allege that Homeland Security improperly terminated an investigation into allegations involving current Utah County Attorney David Levitt. We emphasize that while the Office of Special Counsel has found a substantial likelihood of wrongdoing based on the information you submitted in support of your allegations, our referral to the Secretary for Investigation is not a final determination that the allegations are substantiated.
This is not how you adopt a child. This is how you procure a child.
We reached out to David Levitt for an explanation last week. His spokesperson said he would be happy to tell the entire story, but not until after tomorrow's election, because they believe, quote, this has no bearing on his performance as Utah County Attorney and is not relevant. We want you to know we are publishing the full 17-minute clip online at fox13now.com.
All I'm saying is he sure did not ever come back and talk. And he's not a Utah County prosecuting attorney anymore. He went and bought a freaking castle. And then him and his wife filed for divorce, and then they reconciled. They're crazy. They are out there for sure. So, what y'all think about that? Anyways, but that dude is super sketch. And he's also, involved with that Alaverdian dude who is, I don't know. I don't know enough to. Yeah, let me shush. But if you know, you know. It's so much stuff to keep up with. I'll tell you that. It really is. Yeah. Hey, everybody. I know I'm super, super early. I'm so sorry, too. Like, yeah, that was unintentional. I thought I was just going to be 30 minutes early, but I didn't calculate. Yeah, Isabel. What time does court start? Oh, tomorrow? No, I'm picking. It starts at 10:30 Arizona time, which is Pacific time, which is not Central time. It's 10:30 Central time right now. And I'm a dork because I listened to the live with Joe this morning. He was live this morning? Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, so I'm like 2 hours early, 2.5 hours early, maybe. And then it's going to be a 30-minute delay. So, oh my God. Oh, just out there. Yeah. Yeah. All the time zones. And you know what's crazy? In my description box, I even did a time zone chart. Okay. I can't even read my own damn directions. You might want to check them. Oh my gosh. Y'all. Oh my, okay. I want to look at these. These are interesting. These here case records. Come on. Oh, I hate pop-ups. Here's the bullet hole in Brandon's car. Look at that sucker. That's huge. Look, here's the van that the Jeep was parked nose to nose. So the back was over here. The front was over here, nose to nose. And then here's his driveway. Like, you know. So that vehicle must have hindered Alex a little bit. Probably, maybe. I don't know. Okay. And then this is Alex's truck. And this is Brandon. He looks freaked out. Hold on, I gotta light my cigarette. Again. And the Jeep, which is in it was in Rexburg. Oh yeah. This is the zombie doc, or their weird belief system, according to Ian, who was likely, in my opinion, lying. I think him and Melanie lied about how soon they met, or how they met and when they met. I really do believe it. You don't just jump in like this, just like Lori and Chad. It's like, nah, what's the rest of the story? But this is multiple probations, minimum of 9 mortal lives to become exalted, but more to become gods. After 2 mortal lives, you can choose to sign a light contract or a dark contract. Choosing light or dark is not permanent. You can choose not to be reborn if you are satisfied with your progress. Veil grows thinner each time that you are reborn. They're crazy. Multiple sealings possible, but males can choose one true spouse or have many. I guess he opted for the many. I'm talking about Chad, because the one true spouse would have been Tammy, like it was, or have many. And so there comes the concubine, concubinage. Translation. Translated beings cannot die, cannot reproduce, do not need sleep or food, and do not feel the sorrow of the world. Injury is possible, but healing is accelerated, and it's never fatal. So what you're telling me is that Lori is never going to die? I mean, how'd that work out in her life review? And it says, done in multiple phases /tests usually lasting 3 days. That's a long test. Very short test, too. Upon completing the last phase, the Lord appears to the translated. This is code. That's my thoughts. Physical. Can be any physical ailment, from sexual desire to disease to severe fatigue. Okay. Emotional. Any emotional/mental ailment. Spiritual. A great test of faith, a time of darkness and doubt. Sexual, with a question mark. Possible new phase discovered as husband and wife become more united sexually. Gross. Possibly increasing power/vibration. Well, you shouldn't need vibration if you are more united. Okay. Sorry, that's common sense. There are 50 dark translated humans. And isn't that weird that detectives Hope and Hermosillo have been identified as such? That's so cray-cray. Very convenient. Work under the direction of Satan, Lucifer, and Cain. Did you know? I didn't. I just realized that there are 3 different entities. I just realized that. Anyways, stats. Vibration. Indication of one's spiritual strength. Above certain level, like 1,000, garments are no longer necessary. Julie Rowe corroborated this too. She said all the ways that Chad's doctrine was, she debunked it basically, but all she did was lock herself in to the belief system. It's interesting to watch. Higher vibrations can help to thin the veil a little. I know that going to the temple, the more they went to the temple, they thought the more that it would raise their vibration level. Libido, 1 to 100. Indication of sex drive. Well, no shit. Libido is an indication of sex drive? Get the hell out of here. Trust level. Indication of how much someone can be trusted. So easy. Light dark percentage. Indication of how much light and darkness dwells in one body, or dwell in one body. In one's body. Good Lord. Zombies. Human bodies that have had their original spirits forced from them and have been possessed by either a demon, which is the original third of the heavenly host who followed Lucifer. Disembodied spirit. Once living human spirits who have chosen not to be reborn into another probation. Well, let's go back up here. Because you can choose not to be reborn if you're satisfied with your progress. So you're saying that those that are choose not to be reborn are satisfied with their progress, come back and they're actually once living human spirits who have chosen not to be reborn into another probation? And that's what would make up disembodied spirit? Anyways, I don't know. So, or a worm/slug, creature controlled by Lucifer. So not Cain and not Satan, because now there's 3, obviously, maybe. That enters the body to control the host. It reminds me of SpongeBob. There's this one episode that I remember watching. And one of those little, anyways, it was like a worm/slug. I don't know what you call it, the creature, but he was inside SpongeBob's head and he was like controlling him. Anyways. And says spirits can be pushed from their bodies during traumatic events or deadly injury. This made me think of Tammy whenever she was shot at October 9th. You know, just the trauma that would have caused. So spirits pushed out are trapped in limbo as the body they're tied to is still living, but cannot be occupied by them anymore. So why you want to be pushing them out? First off, okay, that's malice. That's not good. Spirits trapped in limbo cannot progress to a new mortal life and cannot re-enter their existing body. The only way to move forward is to await the death of their current possessed body. Well, that sucks. this is weird because this possessor word right here, oh, I can't highlight it, but right here, possessor, that reminds me of the Punisher and the conspirator and the Pater Familias, and I forget all the other names, roles. This is an illegal action against heavenly law performed by the possessor. Okay. Teleportation. Melanie Boudreaux really loved, and she talked about teleportation a lot, just like Lori. When translated beings are needed, they may, with the Lord's permission, teleport to the necessary location to perform their assigned duties. Remember when they were hovercrafting over, allegedly, over Uncle Charles's vehicle while JJ was with them, and they were trying to cause a wreck? I remember that. They must feel really good about themselves. Dark and light portals. Physical objects all around us have ties to the spiritual world and can open portals / gateways of both light and darkness through which light and dark entities may pass. Church of the Firstborn and the 144,000. The Church of the Firstborn is a higher organization, it sure is, and God's church in its truest form on earth. It's actually not. The mysteries of God are revealed to those who have become part of it, which is exactly what happened to Lori and Chad. But they aren't, it's not magical or anything is what I'm saying. Like, none of this is, the Church of the Firstborn is a higher organization that man does, okay? And I mean, not just Chad, not just Lori. Anybody who enters into a polygamous relationship or marriage or sealing or whatever covenant is the everlasting covenant. It's the everlasting joy. That's why Lori tries to find joy in everything. Remember that statement just recently? There's even a song they sing about the everlasting joy. Kind of like JJ when he's safe and happy, that joy, and then he's in a place of safety, so to speak. That's what I always think of. Okay, so it says terrestrial beings, which is the next level up. It's like the next realm or the next, it would be floating above us because we're in a telestial world, which is the bottom tier of Mormon heaven. So terrestrial blessings and locations begin to be revealed to members. Okay. Doctrines add to, but do not replace, those of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Exactly. Prophet of the Mormon Church presides over the general congregation, while others are called specifically to run the Church of the Firstborn. Multiple branches throughout the world. That's interesting because I remember recently hearing about how, like, April, when Lori and Charles lived in Hawaii, that it was actually a branch, and it was like actually smaller. Like a branch is actually smaller than a ward. So that's interesting wording right there. Multiple branches. So there's multiple smaller places than a ward? You know what I'm saying? Not as big as a ward. Just trying to figure it out. The 144,000 are called to bring to pass all signs of the second coming of Christ, because he can't do it by himself. Multiple groups specializing in different powers and activities. So again, where's all the others? What about the rest of them? Chad and Lori's group specializes in healing and music. Patriarchal order of the Holy Melchizedek priesthood. A higher priesthood bestowed to Chad by Peter, James, and John. I would say the three Nephites, aka the three top dudes of an organization that's, it's freaking Oaks, Eyring, and Nelson, in my opinion. Women may perform all the same blessings and ordinances as men, which is why Lori thought she had priesthood powers. The dark church and priesthood. Satan is God's exact opposite. They are so smart. Lucifer has a body, was once an apostle of the church, and fell. I'm sorry. Cain was the first dark being to be translated in this creation and walks the earth with 50 dark translated beings to prevent/delay the Lord's second coming. Ooh, interesting. So do you see that they're wanting, okay, so if you're preventing and trying to delay the Lord's second coming, that's considered evil. But if you're like them and you're accelerationist and you're just trying to bring things to pass, so to speak, then you're light, basically. You're doing the Lord's work. Spiritual gifts/powers. People can manipulate the elements to do the Lord's will and bring to pass signs of a second coming. That's called magic. If you can imagine it, it's real. And this is what we see Lori doing right now with her revisionist history, doing rebranding. Every fantastic idea is a reality somewhere. Oh, magic. Wizards, sorcerers, witches, etc. Spells and curses in Harry Potter are real and require great focused will to use. Supernatural creatures, dragons, giants, fairies, centaurs, etc. Spiritual weapons, dark and light weapons. Weapons that cannot be perceived by celestial beings that injure and scar the spirit. So all that energy work they're doing cannot be perceived by us, Gentiles over here, those beneath them. And so they do injure and scar the spirit. Cords, ties to people and things, both light and dark, that influence us. Spiritual healing. Healing malachite solution/balm. Malachite is said to have healing properties. Administered by calling on it in a blessing. Okay. When Melanie began sharing all of these things with me, I tried to keep an open mind. I'd only met her 4 days previous, but felt very comfortable around her. I believe there is more to the gospel than what I've seen so far. Ask Ian why he's not in church now. But I never thought it would sound like this. The idea seemed harmless at first, and she sounded pretty certain of some of them. She talked about how she had learned some of these things in the temple, right? And others from Chad and Lori. Upon first meeting Chad and Lori, I didn't get a bad impression of them. Discernment, right? But they did seem different. I didn't think anything of that, as I feel like it's a fairly normal feeling to experience. I didn't give them much thought. I'm sorry, let me clear my throat. I sure hope that muted. Okay. I didn't feel anything of that, as I feel that's a fairly normal feeling to experience. I didn't give them much thought as, I didn't give them much thought as they said they were planning on taking off and that I'd be taking the reins concerning care of Melanie. Oh gosh. She sounds like another one that needs people to take care of her. You know what I'm saying? Maybe it's just not a husband duty and it's more of a feed the narcissist duty. I don't know. Okay. They said they'd be going to Hawaii and invited me to come visit sometime. Later, Melanie explained portaling and that they could travel there by that method. The first time hearing all these new beliefs was a jolt. I was looking for someone spiritual, but this was a leap beyond that into concerning territory. I had fears and doubts, but I trusted Melanie and wanted to give it a fair chance. So I continued to listen and ask questions in hopes it would click for me. It never did. There were fun and exciting ideas, but it felt like many of them were ripped straight out of a Dungeons and Dragons manual. Between the stats, accounts of dark and light weapons, and words spoken in blessings, it sounded like someone had created a tabletop RPG based on the Bible. While living something like that appealed to me, I couldn't find anything to confirm it as I prayed and asked. I figured anyone called to something like this would struggle. But how, you know what? Well, no, let me not make a big deal of that. I figured anyone called to something like this would struggle, but how else would they be made aware of things like this? I continued to try and keep an open mind and proceed with caution. Melanie began to share that she feared for the lives of two of her children based on a dream she had had where they came to her. They brought her tidings of great joy. Interesting. Her daughter thanked her for allowing her the freedom to use her agency until the end of what? End of the dream? End of her life? End of what? This concerned me and made my heart ache for her. Why did it concern him? If this is a positive thing. I felt there was no way anything could have happened without people finding out. I felt there was no way. Okay. We married faster than any sane couple would, but we both felt it was right. On our wedding night, she began to elaborate on the idea she shared earlier about her children coming to her. So this is a big thing for them. Her. She explained zombies and her fears about what Chad and Lori stated concerning the original spirits being caught in limbo until the body's death. Why? Why did she fear that? She stated that Brandon had been possessed by a demon or another dark entity, thanks Ian, sometime after June of this year. She was told either through revelation or by Chad, or that something would happen to him, that something needed to happen to him in order for his spirit to progress and for the Lord's plan to continue. She didn't take well to the idea of her husband dying as part of the Lord's plan, but didn't think action would be taken by anyone. That sounds revisionist too. She still loves Brandon and would never wish any ill on him. It just sounded to her like it would be something that happened. It just sounded to her like it would be something that happened on its own when it was his time. Like Edgar. Just kidding. This is where things started becoming concerning to Ian. Okay, which is interesting. She shared the idea that Chad and Lori could have directed Al to take a shot at Brandon, which is interesting the way she words things. They all do this. They do this backwards ass talking where it's like a past tense or could have, not that they did, or I don't know. It's like the tense, the present tense, past tense thing. It wasn't anything she was sure about. The concern began when she was called into the Gilbert PD and asked about Chad, Lori, and Alex after the attempt on Brandon's life. Oh, the day that she went in there with her toddler and distracted the whole interview with her daughter, who didn't need to be in there in the first place. And then Melanie could not remember where she was that day. She started asking her toddler, did we go here? Did we go there? What did we do? Seriously? All right. I'm sorry, my belly is rumbling. She later was given the impression that the bullet needed to move 5 inches so as not to hit Brandon. And just because Ian says initially. So what happened after that? Initially, to me, it sounded like this was told to her by Chad. Okay, and then what? The discussion moved. What the hell did I do? Oh, okay. The discussion moved to Chad and Lori's missing children. At the time, only JJ was counted as missing. Hold up. Okay. At the time, only JJ was counted as missing, and the Rexburg PD had conducted raids on Melanie's apartment along with Al's. Melanie had been told by Chad and Lori that their children had been possessed and had become zombies. And she's like, okay, Dad. She shared concerns that she's been told Brandon needed to die, and that may indicate that the Tylee and JJ, okay, and that may indicate that Tylee and JJ needed to die as well. She told me she was worried that Al may have had to, quote unquote, take care of the kids. Anyways, she explained that Al had great faith and never wavered in his trust in the Lord. No task would be too difficult or great for him. When I asked for clarification, she restated her concern verbatim. At that point, I became severely worried, but told myself there's no way I just married into a situation so sinister. Not only that, Ian, but you fucking stayed. Okay. And that just says a lot about you, in my opinion. I spent the next 2 days trying to justify my actions and reassure myself that everything was fine, but I couldn't get to that point. My ex-wife, Natalie, had been asking for Melanie's name so she could check her out on social media and get an idea of who she is. See, he's talking in present tense there. Okay. Melanie had been adamant that I not share her full name. Why? With anyone for fear that Brandon may relocate. I'm sorry, that Brandon may locate and harass her. I thought he already was, according to her. I couldn't justify that and eventually gave Natalie Melanie's full name. On Tuesday, December 2nd, I got a call from my mother, who I heard is just such a peach. She'd just gotten off the phone with Natalie. When we divorced, Natalie made a point to cut herself off from my entire family and hadn't spoken to any of them for at least 8 months. She had made as little contact with me as possible, but hadn't been unkind since the initial conflict of the divorce. My mother told me she had just received a video call from Natalie. Natalie was terrified. She'd managed to reach Brandon through his business and heard his side of things. She'd been told Melanie was in a cult and that she had tried to have him killed. While I didn't and still don't believe she had anything to do with his attempted murder, he's still calling it an attempted murder, by the way. I was still terrified at the possibility. The next morning on the way to work, Natalie called and we were discussing how to handle this in order to keep our kids safe. Oh God. She told me she'd be going in to meet with the police. I told her I'd go along and lay out everything I understand. I saw 2 possibilities. The first was that Melanie isn't who I thought she was. And that, of course, of course it's not that, you know. And I keep myself and my family out of a dangerous situation. And so how has this rectified anything? The second was that Melanie has been taken advantage of, and I'm going to get her out of a messy situation and healed. So how does that keep your family safe? By staying with the broad. When meeting with the police, I intended to share things as I understood. Detectives Hope and Hermosillo were present, along with an FBI agent named Ricky. I've since shared all my concerns with Melanie and have gotten clarification on some of them. What I shared with the police were the ideas that Chad, Lori, and Alex may have planned shooting at Brandon, and that Tylee and JJ may be in serious danger if Melanie's fears have any validity. If shooting at Brandon was indeed based on the idea that he was no longer actually Brandon and needed to die as part of the Lord's plan, then the kids' lives could be forfeit based on the idea that they're not really Tylee and JJ anymore. Exactly. I shared that Melanie had concerns about them participating in the shooting. I shared that Melanie had concerns about them. Who's them? Participating in the shooting and was against anyone trying to hurt him. What? Did I just read that wrong? I shared that Melanie had concerns about them participating in the shooting and was against anyone trying to hurt him. Ian was, or I don't know. She couldn't see them doing these things, but she also knew they would follow the Lord's will as they saw it. I shared ideas about earthquakes being prepared in Salt Lake City, and that it was believed that there would be a time when the quakes hit. Wait, the quakes. I don't know what the hell that says. Hit that many. Oh, yeah. Okay, I get it. This is in Tom Harrison's book. That it was believed that there would be a time when the quakes hit, that many possessions would occur. Would occur there due to the high number of injured there would be. Such a thing would be a huge threat to God's plan. What? An earthquake? Okay. And would need to be dealt with directly. Alan's dilemma had stayed in Las Vegas and were, quote unquote, preparing earthquakes. So what the F does that mean, Ian? If you're sitting there saying make it make sense. So they're preparing freaking hurricanes. At the time I spoke with the police, I shared concerns for the safety of my kids and Natalie. Dumbass. I offered to help in any way I can. I then allowed them to pull data from my phone. I met with them again the following afternoon and restated that I knew and restated what I knew for a few other detectives, Lieutenant Ball and another FBI agent named Travis. They shared some mild concern about me potentially spying on for Chad and Lori. It's potentially on Chad and Lori, spying on, okay, not for. You're not doing it for them. You're doing it for the FBI, not for Chad. I explained that I was there because I was concerned primarily for the safety of my kids. Leave her. Ain't no Tootie good enough. There's no Tootie in the world that is like worth it. Okay, get your fucking kids out of there, dumbass. I mean, I'm sorry, but damn. I mean, I just had to go in. I just had to be a freaking Messiah, you know? I had to be a hero. Anyways. Sorry. I kind of will. Okay. They shared some mild concern. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. This is really hard to read too. I explained that I was there because I was concerned primarily for the safety of my kids and that I wanted to get Melanie out of this if possible. They gave me a recording device that looked like a thumb drive on a keychain. My plan was to record anything I thought could help locate Tylee and JJ, locate Chad and Lori, and understand what happened when Brandon was shot at. If I thought Chad and Lori were going to be calling, I'd turn on the recorder and just let it run until they hung up. I don't feel that anything substantial was recorded as Chad and Lori never talked about the kids or their location. Most of the conversations consisted of everyone commiserating about the current circumstances, discussing religious ideas, and just catching up. In addition to the recordings, I would talk with Ricky, and he'd let me know about things that may come up in conversation. He was never specific, but would give me enough information for me to know when it came up. These tips turned into Tammy's body being exhumed. Huh. I don't know. I'm trying to figure that out in the context. Okay. And Al's passing. Anyways, on 12/19, Detective Hermosillo contacted me and told me they had another warrant for Al's apartment next door. He asked if I'd give them the code to the garage. How you got everybody's codes if you just met her? To the garage so that they would have to break the door in. That doesn't make sense. I shared the code. I didn't see any reason not to. They went in with the forensics team and looked for any evidence of JJ having been there. Melanie saw them there. How? And spent the afternoon in my apartment. that night, I went to the apartment and looked around to see what they had been doing or if they'd taken anything. How would you know? Okay. I also wanted to see the warrants to understand what they had been looking for. Why didn't you just ask? After looking around, I went to see Melanie at my apartment. I finally broke down and told her that I'd spoken with the police. I mean, obviously. How'd she see them? And then was at your house and then what? I finally broke down and told her that I'd spoken with the police and that I am a punk. No, I'm picking. And that I don't believe any of this. I didn't know how she would react, but I couldn't hang on to the stress anymore. Of course she was hurt, feeling betrayed, but she reassured me that she loves me and that she understands why I did it. And at that time, I didn't share that so he kind of told her half the truth. At that time, I didn't share that I'd been recording anything. I wasn't sure if we'd hear from Chad and Lori again, so I was going to record them again, right? Over the following week, we had discussions on our situations, and I came to understand things a little better. Yeah, it's called getting to know one another. She was legitimately afraid of the ideas I'd shared with the police and FBI, but they weren't anything she had any proof of. As I've spoken with her and dug into the details, I've come to believe that she truly doesn't know anything about who shot at Brandon or where the kids have gone. And who the hell are you? Okay, I'm supposed to just believe you? Who are you? You're somebody that believes Melanie. Okay, I don't too much trust your intuition or your discernment. That's a little sketch right now, but all y'all. Okay. Anyways. And all that smack talk, and now I can't find my spot. She only has what if scenarios that she shared. I'm worried that I jumped the gun and have sent the authorities on yet another wild goose chase, along with prompting them to light up the national media. So it's Ian. Ian's the reason that the police lit up the national media. Okay. With pieces of what I shared. When was this published? My intent was to protect my family and help solve the case of the kids' disappearance. Okay, deputy. Doolittle. Not smear anyone in the public eye. My bad. I certainly didn't want to give Brandon any ammo to hurt Melanie any more than he already has. Okay. Yet, okay. That doesn't make sense because she's the one hurting him. Allegedly. I still have my doubts. Primarily, why not turn to the police first? Correct. Instead of disappearing if you claim your life is in danger. Okay, why don't you ask your lady that? Okay, why'd she disappear? Why? She's claiming her life's in danger. Her kids' lives are in danger. What the hell? Why leave your innocent niece, like she's a baby, here to clean up the mess? Why? You're doing it. Allegedly. And encourage her not to cooperate with the authorities. Well, why listen to them? Anyways, why encourage her not to fight for her kids? Her ex-husband now has temporary sole custody as a result. Because he got shot at. Why not simply provide proof that the kids are okay and put an end to this insanity? Isn't it odd that the two detectives assigned to your case happen to be two of the Kane's Dark 50? Now, you wrote it down. Everyone trying to do their job and save these kids are either evil or deceived. Your kids are missing, and it doesn't come up once during a handful of lengthy conversations. There are so many more that I have. I don't ever want to have anything to do with those two after this. I'm so mad. Melanie has been put through the ringer because of their paranoia and now is in the hot seat because I went to the police and tried to help. Oh, I know she's done nothing wrong and I want her free from this. I will no longer openly cooperate with the police or the FBI, but I will through a lawyer. My final straw was when I received a call on Friday from Ricky where he threatened charges of lying to a federal office and or being an accessory in the disappearance of Tylee and JJ because Melanie couldn't clearly answer questions about the religious aspects of the investigation. But you did. I mean, you did that for her. You're cleaning up her mess. So that doesn't really make sense. Okay. And she doesn't give clear answers anyways across the board. She's just pretty level with that. After I shared my doubts with her, wait, what? Okay. After I shared my doubts with her, her world shattered. She couldn't answer those questions because she doesn't know what she believes about those things anymore. She knew what she believed about them then. There was so much information dumped on her by Chad and Lori that she can't remember what she learned from them, from the podcast she listened to, or on her own. A 20-year veteran FBI agent throwing a hissy fit after one shaky interview tells me all I need to know about how they want to handle this. She didn't trust authorities before because of how poorly the American Fort. The AF treated her when she went to pick up her kids with a court order in hand. Wrong. She did not have a court order signed by the judge in her hand. So, point against. All right. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm sorry. I was being very cynical. Yeah. Yeah. Everyone was paranoid. Everybody. How y'all doing today? How's your hoe family doing? I know I couldn't either. I could not live in that much. I hate drama. Oh my God, I hate drama. I do. I like shut down. I don't participate. I don't like that crap. And I had a sister-in-law that was so messy. So messy. And she made life miserable for all of us. So it was nice when I got a divorce because I divorced her too. Yeah. Was this the house she shared with Brandon? Huh? What house? Pants on fire. Yep. Where are we at? Here? No, I'm just trying to figure out the... And this is 911 call. Do I want to read it? No. Oh. Okay, I'm going to put you on hold for a second. It's my best friend. So I thought I would just pop up. Can y'all hear me? So I thought I would just pop up here just for a minute. Oh, shoot. We got these phone things going on. Everybody's got somebody sick, which is not funny, but that's what's going on. Poor Jason's in the hospital, and one of our mods had surgery last week, and we got one with a husband that's real sick. We're such a bunch over here. Traumatized by Lori and Melanie's. Can y'all hear me? I'm not even sure. You look over here and see what's going on here. Well, yeah, there I am. Yeah. I have not heard from my mom yet. Can y'all hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. My brother is taking her to the doctor. It's a doctor that they both go to, and he's more familiar with the doctor than I am, and my mom has been going there so long that they all know her. So I'm hoping that they took her right into, I'm forgetting now, what do you call it? When you get to the emergency room. It's not the emergency room, but they have that kind of setup where they take them into the room and evaluate them first. So, yeah, I'm hoping that he can do something for her, because she's not felt well since Sunday. I know. We need Les Diaz says positive vibes all around to Jason and all the other folks not doing well. We're all thinking of them. Well, thank you so much. And yeah, this stuff with Lori, and she's trying to get special, doesn't seem to have bothered her as much as it's bothered everybody. I guess that should not be a surprise. If you can kill people, it doesn't bother you that you've upset all the relatives. Yeah. Yeah, Janelle, if you're anybody that's not sick, you need to go on to the doctor. My mom was feeling so good too. Saturday, we went shopping and we went out to eat. But when she woke up Sunday, she was not doing good. And yes, prayers for Jason and all that are not well. Let's see, I'm not sure. Oh, she has this PDF here. I don't know if I can control this or not, but let me see if I can. No. The 911 call transcript. That is, I have that thing though. I forgot. I loaded that up the other day, the same as she did. Case records. Leave on. They put those ads up and you can't get out of it. Okay. So she has what does she have up here? A 911 call. This really is a good site that she has found that has some good stuff. Okay, sorry about that. It was my best friend. And I was like, okay, can I call you back?
Well, you know, it's not every day you get a call from your best friend. Sometimes you need to take those things.
I know. I did.
All right. Well,
man.
I'm just over here. I'm able to run off any second, though.
Wow, where are you going?
Well, my mom's at the doctor with my brother, and she's not been feeling well, and I'm afraid they're going to take her to the hospital just because she's dehydrated and hadn't been able to drink very much. So we'll see.
Yeah. I hope she gets to feeling better.
Me too. I've been fumigating her bedroom the whole time she's been gone.
Oh yeah, I do that too. I'm
like, when she comes back, it's gonna be clean in here.
Yep, I do that too. It's so different whenever, you know, whenever your partner, or like in your case, your parent is having, you know, health issues, and I don't know, how the roles. I don't know. It's just like a lot of stuff that I was like, whoa.
Yeah, and most days are not as, you know, heavy as like I said, you know, I caregive for my mother, but my mother takes pretty good care of herself. So for me to have to like actually help her put her, you know, socks and help her get in the tub and help her do all those things, that's extra, which I don't mind doing, but it is extra. It's extra on her too, because she has pride and don't really, you know, she doesn't really want anybody in there while she's doing all that. And but we're getting through it. I think she's going to be okay. I really do. I just think she needs some kind of nutrition. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here and.
Oh no, I'm just reading. That's why I'm listening.
It's crazy. It's just crazy how all this stuff connects and how it overlaps. And I don't know if you got my little message this morning, but I saw a video, and it's been out 2 weeks, by I can't remember the name of it. It's a new little ex-Mormon girl. I can't remember her name. She's blonde, of course she is. But anyway,
I think I know who you're talking about.
Anyway,
I really do. I think I know who you're talking about.
She has a lot of followers. Anyway, she found a connection between Elon Musk and a really high up Mormon. That this particular guy is the handler for Elon's family. He takes care of the women that have his kids. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, he's got like a freaking compound, you know, where he just wants to multiply and just pay them.
Well, she says that according to Joseph Smith, his polygamy was because we needed to fill the earth with the good seed and all that kind of stuff. Well, that's his same idea, is that you know, he needs to smart.
They're also into depopulation too, so that's kind of weird.
Of the crazy,
he just wants the righteous seed.
Yeah, well, it's kind of the same thing. Anyway, she compared him to Joseph Smith without getting political at all. She didn't say anything at all about anything.
Alicia Grinfall or something like that.
Yes, that's who it was. Something. That's who it was. I've seen her around, but I wasn't subscribed. But
yeah, she does have a lot of followers. Or, you know, there's always a lot of views on her stuff. And
yeah,
she lives in Texas.
Oh, does she? Well, that would give her a closer. Well, see, I have kind of my own Elon Burr in my thing, because he has a plant in Memphis that operates Grok, the AI, and it puts out a lot of pollution. You don't think about it, but like AI has, you know, really good uses, facial recognition, being able to recognize a cancer without, you know, by just viewing it or whatever. But a lot of stuff that, I don't know, you know what I'm saying? It's a force for good and evil.
Oh, yeah, I know. I feed it, and then I'm like, oh, I'm going to regret that one day.
Well, the thing about it is, it's some of them, I think Grok is a consensus of what's put into it, you know. and got a lot of stupid people are putting stuff into it too. So always remember that. Okay.
And there's always nefarious people too.
Yes, not just stupid people, but nefarious people are worse than stupid.
Right.
For a fact.
Yeah. No kidding. That's a little frightening. I mean, just the unknown part of it, I guess, Donna, I don't think we're ever going to make it. So 10:30, 11:30. Like, see, it's 10:30, 9:30 in Arizona now. 9:28. So we got another hour before it even starts.
Trace said that that Joe was in some kind of meeting or some kind of thing already. So I'm guessing that he might have some news for us, whether it's on the, you know what I'm saying? I don't know how he would tell us, but. Oh.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what his handle is on Twitter. I asked him last night, but there's like 5 or 6 Joe Schmoes on Twitter.
Oh wow.
Because after he said that he, beat Justin and them to putting up some news, but nobody noticed, I thought, oh my gosh, I'm not a Twitter user, but I'll do what little I can to spawn him on.
I don't understand the threads. I mean, I'm just like, why do they? I don't know how people can jump on there and see, oh, there's something new.
And you can't
like,
find your place again. If you do find something, finding it again is. But see, the whole point of it is they want you to click on links to go to other things because that's what makes money for. I don't understand how it works. For a fact, I don't. But don't click on any links on those things. Be careful and be careful because there's scams and bad links and all kinds of things that you can.
I'd rather not even know 30 minutes ahead.
Well, if you see something that interests you, like there's a story, breaking, whatever it is, well, go type it in Google and find it that way instead of clicking on something from Facebook or Twitter or X, whatever it's called, because that only makes money for them, and you're liable to get a spam link anyway.
Dang. Oh well, I don't know. I'm not gonna sit there and jinx myself because I'm not even gonna say what I was about to say. So. I've never caught a computer STD.
Knock on wood. Me either.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And
I mean, not that I know of. I mean, maybe I do. I don't know.
Well, it's a sneaky one if I've got it. It's a good Satan if it's in here.
It's just, what do you call that? Malignant or something.
And I don't know what I did think, though. It was kind of funny because this computer that I'm using actually was given to me by my boyfriend when he was sick. He gave it to me before he died. And so it still has his profile on here, but I forgot about that. So one day when I was starting to log in, have a little face icon up there. It was another little face sneaking around looking at me. And I thought, what is that? I've got a hacker. And it was just a reminder that I still had that old profile on there. And I thought, this computer is haunting me now.
Right. Making sure your ass stays in check.
Well, it's crazy because, I mean, you can we will all be in trouble if somebody came and checked our Google searches. Because I'll look up something in a minute if I hear it. The crazier it is, the more likely I am to look it up.
Exactly. Yeah, I want to know what the hell it is. You're damn right.
Exactly. And also I'm real bad to wanting to know what both sides of a story is, and that'll really get you sometimes.
Well, you can't say you never tried, you know?
Oh, I do try, but like I said, I told somebody, I was like, I listen to a lot of stuff I don't believe. And you really have to do some tricks in your brain to the whole time you're listening to something thinking, I will not. I mean, you know, it's like, first of all, most of the time you're going, how can anybody believe this?
Mm-hmm.
But
absolutely.
But you have to do some kind of tricks in your brain to try to understand how they can believe. It's like, how in the world can they believe this?
Mm-hmm.
And this whole end of times, new world order, I found like I need to learn to clip things, because it's like I was listening to this one broadcasting thing, and like a couple of times in there they were talking about the new world order, and they were talking about how people are traumatized waiting on it. You know, like they got it in their mind, you know, that this is going to happen, and it hadn't happened yet. Oh, it is very depressing, and
it's fear mongering,
and also,
it does infect the mind.
You don't take care of your stuff as well either if you think that you're not going to need it, but for a year or two, because you're going to like go live in a tent or whatever you're going to do.
Hey,
you
Lori
don't, because
literally would
why
rent.
would you?
Lori would rent everything.
Yeah,
that's what it's weird.
Because you think you're not going to need a retirement or a home that's paid for, because
or insurance or I mean, she turned insurance down, but wanted it for Tylee, Charles, JJ. You know, that's crazy. Anyways, I don't know. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I was just adding to it.
I just don't. But like in my brain, you know, I want to think she totally believes this. She thinks an earthquake still might happen any day. All that, but at the same time, what a bitch.
I think it's a scam too, though. I think it's like just their talk. I really don't think it's all about.
Well, somebody believes it, and somebody. It's just sort of like an a multi-level marketing. Somebody believes cream is really going to get rid of the wrinkles. Somebody's going to buy it. You know. Now, how long you get people to believe that before they stop putting money in, you know, is a whole nother matter.
Mm-hmm.
People
but yet, okay, but preparing for the end of the world. Huh?
People want quick answers. You know what I'm saying? Like get rich lottery, get rich insurance, you know, without going to all the trouble of working their butts off, like for what little get we still got after working all that time. But still.
Well, you can see that Lori Vallow Daybell.
Okay. Sorry.
Did you find something?
I hit something, and then it double whammied on me. I was like, what? It was on accident.
Stacy Dobberger says, I can't reconcile in my head that she really believes this BS 100% because she knows enough to lie when she has to. Well, that's kind of a strange thing too, because I'm going to say to you that a belief I grew up with was that I would never grow old and that I would not die, that Jesus would come back and I would keep living. And that's pretty good. That's like being translated, really, that you're never going to die. You're just going to keep on living. And as I believed that, I knew better than to say that out loud to somebody that I like, hey, I'm one of Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm here with the good news of Jesus. I wouldn't have dared told him, hey, I'm going to live forever and never die, and I ain't going to get old or have wrinkles. I mean, really. Yeah. So sometimes you can, I don't know, I don't want to sound like Melanie Gibb, but you can believe something completely crazy and know that it's too crazy for other people to believe it.
Right. You like a little ashamed of it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like that. Okay. I was told when I was about 10 years old that, that Armageddon was going to come and tribulation would start in 1975. And people I knew sold their homes and went and bought house trailers and moved to places where they could go and preach to more people and tell them Armageddon's going to come in 1975. And some of them even, Cresha, got loans that wouldn't be due till afterward. Okay, I'm going to get this loan. I'm going to wait. I'll have it due in 78.
That's wild.
Yes, ma'am. Lost everything. So, hey, Naomi, am I telling the truth? I don't know how old you are, Naomi, but I'm 66 and I thought Armageddon was going to come in 1975. And I thought girl, I didn't wear no sunscreen because I thought I was not going to ever.
I was like, damn.
No, I didn't wear no sunscreen because I wasn't going to wrinkle. I wasn't going to grow old. And, you know, maybe that's why Janice was so stupid not to use any sunscreen.
Yeah.
But I did. But I didn't. But I never did. I didn't chew my food up and spit it out. I ain't that crazy.
Well, I guess I'm a start. Maybe I'm doing it all wrong. You know, I just need the flavor and not so much, you know, the consequences.
Well, that's well, let me say this about that. That my mom eats very little, and so I have found out that, like, if I fix a steak, I can eat just a little tiny piece of it with my baked potato and salad and be just as happy as if I had a whole one. So that is it's not the same, but you know, you just eat less of it.
Right. Moderation.
Yeah.
They don't know what
I've
that
gained
is.
20
They
pounds.
don't know what that is.
I can stop with the steak, but if you put some candy bars over here, they're gonna be gone.
Yeah, oh yeah, that's that ass. Me too. Don't put no damn Twix or nothing in front of me. Jason, and I just, yeah, Jason does that shit. What the
Mama
hell?
loves a Snickers
Do you hate
bar.
me?
I'm gonna. If
Snickers
she's
are awesome.
93, if I kill her giving her too much sugar, it's just gonna happen, y'all. I shouldn't say it like that, but I mean, she takes stuff and she watches herself, but she does eat one of those little mini size Snicker bars every few days or so. She loves them things.
They're good. Good for you.
Oh,
what? They're not good for you.
Here's a
That's why I tell
crazy thing.
What?
I know none of my old people watch this, so I'm going to tell us a crazy thing that happened. My uncle is the best man in the whole world, but he was married to a crazy woman. And I say that, and I don't think it would embarrass anybody because, I mean, she was like schizophrenic, went to the hospital crazy. And he took care of her. She lived in the house and he mowed the grass, took care of all the bills. And she wouldn't let him live there as long as that would last. And then he put her in the hospital. Well, at some point, my uncle put her in the hospital and he got divorced and he had a girlfriend. And he just was so crazy about this girlfriend. And this girlfriend was an older lady who had been married before. And I say that she might have been, anyway, her kids threw a big fit and said if she didn't get back together with their daddy, that they would never let her see her grandkids. And so she did that. She did that. She went back to him. And my uncle was heartbroken and all that. Anyway, like 30 years have passed, and we ran into that lady Saturday at the damn restaurant. Yes, and she was with her family of those people who didn't want them to get together. Anyway, my mom and her were so proud. They hugged and loved and this and that and the other. And I know those people at that table were thinking, who is this woman? And my brother was going, what's going on? And I was like, shut up. We're not talking about this right now. Because I don't want to get those people mad at us over there at that table, you know, that we're trying to steal their mother away from them. Anyway, it was an odd situation. It was like if old people could have affairs or something. I don't know. It was really odd.
They can. They still do.
Here's what's
nursing
funny.
homes are kicking.
Her husband has died now. And so we asked her, he said, well, have you called Uncle James? And she's like, well, I called, you know, the son, and he said he has a girlfriend. I was like, Well, Uncle James has a girlfriend. I did not know that. Anyway, so it wasn't 2 days till my Uncle James is down here at our house. And it's like, I told him, I was like, Mama's sick. He said, he's still wanting to talk to her about seeing her. That's so funny. And I don't even know how they really knew, unless, Jim, are you watching this show right now and telling Uncle James what I say?
It's that extra icon.
Oh, it may be. I don't know what's going on. But anyways, it was so funny that it happened that way. 93-year-old and running into a friend in town.
That's wild. You never know.
Wild.
You just never know.
Wow.
Oh man, I'm sitting there deleting videos because they're taking up storage. I know, I'm so entertaining, right?
What happens on your list when you're showing like so many different things? Those things are in different folders in different location, and your scanner thing is picking them all up. So you don't have repeats on the same drive, or maybe you do, but they're in different folders.
Oh, I do. I do. A bunch of repeats.
I'm just letting everybody know that they're in different places. That place is just pulling them from all the different places that they are.
Are you talking about my phone or my files?
I'm talking about when you show your files and you've got like a bunch of the same.
Oh yeah, it's
just a preview.
It's crazy. And I'm like, why do I gotta buy new storage? Why don't y'all stop double saving them? You know? First off.
But then they're in different folders. I feel like those things you're seeing are showing from different folders.
No, it's like I'll go and like I'm like, oh crap, I need this, or I'll run across something again, and so then I'll screenshot it again. And I mean that's happening too. So there's that part, and then there's how it double saves them or triple saves them sometimes. Sometimes
this
5.
is really a hard thing to start. And I'm not good at it on myself, but I was good at it every job I had because I had to be. And that is naming folders and stuff.
Oh, I learned along the way. I was like, okay, you got it. I mean, I name them the stupidest things, you know. I'm just like, oh,
me too.
I don't know.
I bet I have 100 thumbnail folders around here.
Oh God, I don't even have a folder for those. I just roll with it.
So, are we getting any news from anybody? We got a front of
I don't do the Twitter thing. I don't really know.
I'm not either, Carla.
It says I was looking at this. Okay. So when Alex signed the marriage certificate for Melanie and Ian on November 30th, he signed it Alex Pastinez.
He is something else.
Couple's mailing address, 894 Everett Place, apartment 2. Interesting. February 25th, 2020. Why? That's a long time for that to be certified. If it was I guess, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm just digging. That's what I do. I want to go over these. This is a clerk of Superior Court electronically filed. Their last name is Cain. C-A-I-N. Anyways, up here. It says 12/2/2019. And this is Brown, Nagel, Kreider, and Jensen. So this is in the Superior Court of the state of Arizona in and for the county of Maricopa. In regards the matter of Brandon Boudreaux, who is the petitioner, and Melanie Boudreaux is the respondent, father's petition to modify legal decision-making, parenting time, and child support. And it's this Roderick Coffey is the judge. And it says, petitioner Brandon Boudreaux, hereinafter father, by and through his undersigned counsel, hereby submits his petition to modify legal decision-making, parenting time, and child support pursuant to that code, and states as follows in support hereof. Factual background. Father filed his petition for dissolution on July 8th, 2019. Mother accepted service of same July 9th, 2019. Father filed his emergency motion for temporary orders on October 18th, 2019, and the court issued its initial order to appear on or about October 22nd, 2019. The court then entered the consent decree on October 22nd, 2019, which document was entered after the filing of the emergency motion in this matter, necessitating the filing of this petition to modify. There are 4 minor children at issue to the parties, namely Braxton. Oh, yeah. Date of birth, blah, 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 blah. Legal decision making and parenting time. Father is requesting that this court award him sole legal decision making over the parties' minor children due to a material change of circumstances insofar as it is believed that following the attempted murder of father on October 7th, October 2nd, anyways, mother left the state of, following the attempted murder of father on October 7th is when mother left the state of Arizona. I guess that's what it's saying, and has made no contact with father as to the children since mid-October 2019. Father believes that mother is currently in hiding from law enforcement as a result of the attempted murder of father. In addition, based upon information learned throughout the attempted murder investigation, father believes that mother poses a significant risk of harm to the children. A. Legal decision making. Pursuant to that code, father asserts the following factors apply: the past, present, and potential future relationship between the parents and child. Father and children have a tight-knit, strong, and loving relationship as one would expect of a parent and child. Father believes the children will continue to thrive in his care and that their relationship will only grow stronger through the years. Father believes the children are in grave risk of harm if placed in mother's care. Absolutely. I've never seen these. Number 2, the interactions and interrelationship of the child with the child's parent or parents, the child's siblings, and any other person who may significantly affect the child's best interest. Father's family loves spending time with the children, and the children love spending time with the father's family. The children's relationship with the maternal grandparents is healthy. However, mother has other family members that pose a significant risk of harm to the children. Number 3, the child's adjustment to home, school, and community. The minor children are well adjusted to father's home and are familiar with their surroundings in father's care. Mother's current whereabouts are unknown. Number 4, if the child is of a suitable age and maturity, the wishes of the child as to decision-making and parenting time. The children are not of an age where their wishes should be considered. Number 5, the mental and physical health of all individuals involved. Father has no issues and has never had any issues. Father believes mother may suffer from untreated or undiagnosed mental health issues. Number 6, which parent is more likely to allow the child frequent, meaningful, continuing contact with the other parent? Father believes that he is the parent most likely to allow frequent, meaningful, and continuing contact between the other parent and the minor children. However, at this time, there are issues surrounding mother that place the children at a grave risk of imminent harm if placed in her care. Father believes that mother possesses a significant risk of harm to the children at this time. Number 7, whether one parent intentionally misled the court to cause an unnecessary delay, to increase the cost of litigation, or to persuade the court to give a legal decision-making or a parenting time preference to that parent, which is not applicable. Number 8, whether there has been domestic violence or child abuse pursuant to that code. Not applicable. What the hell? You crazy? Number 9, the nature and extent of coercion or duress used by a parent in obtaining an agreement regarding legal decision-making authority or parenting time. I guess it's maybe not applicable if this is Brandon, right? So, and then it says NA. Number 10, whether a parent has complied with Chapter 3, Article 5 of this title. Both parties have completed the parenting information class. Whether either parent was convicted of an act of false reporting of child abuse or neglect under this code, not applicable. Father is requesting that mother be ordered to undergo a psychological evaluation to ensure the safety and well-being of the party's children while in mother's care. In addition, all costs associated with same should be at mother's sole expense. Father asserts that mother's parenting time with the children should be supervised until it is determined that mother does not present a risk of harm to the children. Pursuant to Arizona Code, father is entitled to an award of sole legal decision-making as it relates to the children. Parenting time. Based on the above, father again asserts that mother's parenting time should be suspended until such time as it is deemed mother does not present a risk of harm to the children, herself, or others. And then it goes on to child support. Father's child support obligation should be terminated, and child support should be modified once a final ruling is made regarding parenting time. Attorney fees. Father requests that he be awarded his attorney fees and costs in accordance with Arizona Code. Wherefore, father requests the following relief from this court. A, enter an order awarding father sole legal decision-making authority over the child. B, enter an order modifying parenting time as the court deems is in the best interest of the party's minor children. C, enter an order that mother undergoes psychological testing at her sole expense. D, enter an order modifying child support pursuant to the guidelines. F, enter an order requiring mother to pay father's attorney fees and costs in accordance with Arizona Code, if appropriate. And G, for such other and further relief as this court deems just and proper. Respectfully submitted this 22nd day of November, 2019. And yeah, okay. Oh, what the hell? Oh, verification. This statement is provided. What? Okay. He's verifying it. Am I supposed to read these out loud? Seems a little personal. What's this? Oh. This is... Okay. Do you have any persons of interest now? Okay. Charles Vallow, Brittany Thomason. Hello. Do you have any new information in regards to Charles Vallow's death? Do you have any persons of interest now? Brittany, whatever. Oh, that's 3TV, CBS 5. I mean, what's the point? That's weird. Okay. I know. I know we're about to, let's see if it's noon. Oh, we're still got 30 minutes. Notice how these are all father. Oh, this is interesting right here. Brandon Boudreaux, I'm just quoting, okay? But this I want to say is from her attorney. Yeah, it says up here, February 26, 2020, Robert Jarvis and Garrett Smith, PDJ accusations. So remember, Brandon was awarded a $12 million defamation lawsuit. It's because of this. Brandon Boudreaux has a history of victimizing women, which is probably an extension of his use of extreme and dark pornography. I can't even keep a straight face because that sounds ridiculous. Attorney Garrett Smith added, Mr. Smith continued, Pawlowski confronted Brandon Boudreaux in June of last year with proof of his pornography addiction and homosexual affairs. Brandon Boudreaux retaliated with threats to attack her and to take her kids away. He has carried through with his threats by lying in his court documents. Sadly and irresponsibly, much of the media has quoted Brandon Boudreaux's biased, vindictive, and fake accusations as truth and fact when they are his resentful, vengeful, and dishonest efforts to get full custody of Pulowski's children. Brandon Boudreaux deceptively took Pulowski's children out of state and kept them unlawfully. Pulowski was the stable parent in her children's lives, while Brandon Boudreaux traveled for weeks and was rarely home. Goodness. Oh, yeah. Let me go. I have not checked in with chat. It does sound like Jody Hildebrandt, huh? Very dark, very villainizing. You think so? You think she'll be? She's not on the state's witness list, so there is no deal either. Like, there's no plea deal. There was not one offered to Lori. You know, I was surprised to see that Melanie Pulowski was not on the witness list. That surprised me. Let me pull that up. Allegedly. Let's see. Okay, 2025. I know Joe said he reorganized them. Let's see. Okay, move. Minute injury defense witnesses. Huh? Respond to I'm just reading them so I can open the right one. Request for what? Pro promotion. Request for hearing for what? Oh, that was long. Okay, let's see. I'm just going to open it. So, 5/8/2025, and this is by Trina, or State of Arizona versus Lori. Minute entry. It is ordered directing the defendant to file an updated list of witnesses specific to this case to be included in the questionnaire to be sent out to potential jurors no later than today. No later than today. So Lori has to do this today. The previously filed notice of witnesses and exhibits filed by the defendant on March 6, 2025 was filed under both cause numbers, and it is not clear which witnesses are applicable to which case. Additionally, given the defendant chose not to call any of her notice witnesses in CR 2021 and Uncle Charles, I'm just going to say Uncle Charles' case, further clarification is required as to which witnesses may be applicable to this case. Yeah. And this one was 5/6. How many damn pages is it? And this is the state's response to defendant's motion for new trial. I don't feel like reading this right now. It's pretty long. Everybody else has read it. And let's see, go to the next one. Additional media request. This is on my birthday, 5/3. State's request to file motion to limine to preclude inadmissible evidence relating to Tammy Lachik under seal, which was interesting because she handled a lot of the evidence, like for the Jeep and like DNA type stuff. Okay, but this isn't really showing me anything. Hold on just one second. Oh, yeah. I still clap. I do. Oh, she's in cuffs. Okay, we're starting to get updates. I don't think so either. I don't think so. Not a real one. Not a real cross-exam. We got to make that clear because she made it, with John Pryor. Right? Yeah, she testified in Chad's. Kinda. Hey, Carolina. It is a beautiful day. Oh, yeah, we are getting updates. Per Justin, meanwhile, Lori Vallow. Oh, wait, I must have missed something. Sorry, I didn't do. Justin here in the courtroom for the hearing. Trina K is at the prosecution table waiting for Lori and her counsel, as well as Judge Boreski. And then, per Justin, Lori just arrived in her orange MCSO jumpsuit and has handcuffs on. Yay. I know. I mean, my face. Melanie will lie on stand under oath. Doesn't apply to the evils. Yeah. How's it going? Okay. Thank you, Donna. Per Justin, meanwhile, Lori Vallow Daybell motions for time to consult with her defense team during trial. I mean, she could have done that the last time if she wouldn't have stuck them behind her. You know, just throwing that in there. She would like the lunch recess and other breaks for access to counsel, paralegal, and her investigator throughout. She is very demanding, ain't she? The trial day. I'm sorry, I didn't finish that. Paralegal and her investigator throughout the trial day. She says she was denied access last trial due to the detention officer's schedule. Oh, cry me a river. I know, me too. Me too. I really bust my AI chat GPT's chops. I'll tell you that. I throw all kinds of sidewinders in there. And then Donna says, first item on the agenda is a reply to the state's pretrial statement. Lori LVD confirms she has responded, ready for filing now. Well, good. Good Mormon. Laugh out loud. Beach Bum says she don't want her team to have a lunch break. I know. I don't want to get them in trouble, but drugs, ISIS, gay, etc. I know. Yep. His family, they're dark. Yeah, I know. Justin, next. Justin says, next, state withdraws request to use Rule 404B. That's so crazy. State withdraws request to use Rule 404B to bring up defendants' prior acts. So that's what I asked my AI last night, was like, why? What could be the reasons? What could be implicated by that? And I don't have them pulled up. So hold on. Just 1 second. Should be up at the top here. Okay, go this way. So what I did was I fed it like the articles from Fox 10. And let me go back over there so I can read the last tweets instead of doing what I'm about to do. But we'll go back to that 404B theories in a little bit. This is from Justin. Next, one witness needs to have face concealed and not broadcasted because he is an FBI undercover agent, Nick Balance. Lori asked why he is relevant. I mean, why the hell is she relevant? First off. Jesus' favorite. Trina says he has a PowerPoint on Wi-Fi evidence. Biatch. I added the biatch. Yeah, he is. He has your number. Oh, yeah. Sure does. There's new motion. Hey, Jody. What you doing, girl? I know. So why ask for them to be admitted, then only to withdraw them? I guess you're talking about the 404B stuff, maybe? I could be wrong. Go to Justin Lum. That's what... Oh, you mean... Okay. Next, state's motion for limine in regard to witness Tammy Lachik with Gilbert PD. This motion has been sealed, so we don't have all the details on Tammy. I do. I mean, I can tell you all the places she's on in the Gilbert report. Let's see. I have Lamisa. I mean, I saw the video. Let's see. So can Lori subpoena Melanie? I think she can subpoena anybody. Oh, Mohawk Mom says, I'm sorry, I said that wrong. Mohawk Mom. Mohawk Mom says, yes, the 404B. I know, I don't understand it either. Lori Vallow Daybell has not filed a response to this motion that was filed on May 2nd. Judge says it's past due, but asks if she can file response by May 21st. Ugh. Can you handle that, Lori? All right, let me go to Jody says that go to Justin Lum, but I mean, like Fox 10 News or what? Let me do this. I need to call and check on Jason soon. Let's see. Oh, I gotta fix my aspect. Yep. I'm gonna try.
Grisha, if you need to take a break to go call about Jason, I will look at this stuff with him.
Okay. It shouldn't take me long. I'm gonna read this one. Okay. Judge will deal with the motion regarding Lachik on 5/29 or 5/30. That's when they're going to be doing jury selection following the response. Now we are discussing Lori's motion on restraints during the trial. Damn. Lots of them. I don't know. I'm going to find out meme of 8. Meme of 8, not meme. But thank you so much. I'll give them your love.
All right.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I mean, I'll still be right here.
Okay. So let's see if Justin's got anything else he's got going on up there. So Justin says that the judge says that she will wear the RACC belt with no leg brace. He says there's no indication the jury will notice the RACC belt. And Lori asked for a break once during the trial regarding the strap hanging down. So that's what's going on with that. Oh, heavens. Sorry, y'all. So let's do this. I'm going to put that in the... So y'all can read that. I'm lost here. Okay. Also, I guess I could show Justin Y'all hang on, I'll show them. Present, share screen, Justin. So here's where I'm reading from. So also I've been checking to see Joe Schmo had put some things in here earlier. So let's see. No, he hasn't posted in a little bit. Let's see what we got. Let's see how Justin's. Okay. So now the judge is going over this request. Lori Vallow Daybell asked if another detention officer can be there so she can have lunch with her team. Isn't that nice? She wants to have lunch with her team. I'm sorry. Judge says if MCSO has no objection, an official with the MCSO is here next to Kay, and he says is space in the South Tower to make this happen. Good heavens. They're going to have her have lunch dates. That is so nice. Let me put that in the chat in case y'all want to. There. She wants to have lunch with them there. Man. I think it's one thing, but have lunch. Who would want to have lunch with a serial killer? Okay. Okay, so Berinsky grants the request. Yeah, we want her to have lunch with her people. Berinsky said, grants the request. Daybell will have more time with her counsel. We are now discussing the timeline of the trial. By 6/9, Trina Kay will have to have had 3 witnesses left and could be done that day. These are all from Justin. I've been putting in. Okay, it says here that Kay says that Daybell has 2 expert witnesses listed. Berinsky asked if Lonnie Dworkin ever finished his report. Kay has said she received nothing. Judge and Kay asked Lori when this will happen. She's in a big hurry, but she's not meeting her deadlines. She's not meeting her deadlines. Let's see. Let's see if Joe Schmo has got. Oh, that's the wrong Joe Schmo. Dadgummit. Okay, Joe Schmo says that next up, the defendant will appear no restraints. Some discussion. She'll be able to meet with her team during breaks. And he agrees to let her have lunch. So these ones are from Joe. These remarks here. I bet these lawyers and people don't want to eat lunch with her for 3 weeks. What do y'all think? What What else did Joe have in here? I think we already covered that. We talked about that. Okay. All right. Okay. Woo! Y'all gonna like this. Verinsky says he received Daybell's supplemental witness list, and Lori intends to call Melanie Gibb and Zulema Pastanas besides the expert witnesses. There you go, people. That's what you've been wanting. Brutus is mad about it. Hang on, y'all. I've got to go. I'll be right back. Okay, y'all, I'm back. Sorry. No, my mom just got back. She has food poisoning, and the doctor gave her some medicine and says she's on the front end of it. So, can y'all hear me now? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me, because I'm. So, did y'all get that? Lori's wanting to call. Yes. Good. Mom is doing better. She went to the doctor and they gave her some shots and some medicine. They said she had food poisoning, but she's on the up end of it. So that's good. Yeah, so that's good. Let's see what else. I hope that Melanie and Panaski, Zulema, that was something. Weaver Bartman is a ballistic expert who Lori wants to call. I don't know why she wants to call anybody to make sure they get her, I guess. No IVs, Beach Bomb. No. I don't know what kind of shot they gave her, but she looks better already. I did get her some Pedialyte, but we're getting her some Gatorade today. My brother's going after it. Yeah, that's right. Nothing life-threatening. That is really... But, food poisoning can go on for just a while. But I think she's doing better. But we all ate there. That was what was weird. Of course, I don't really... I'm not going to talk about that. Okay. Let's see what's going on. If Joe... I bet you Joe says something about this. Okay. That's pretty wild, y'all. Trying to see. 18, 16, 13, 11. Here's the one about wanting to call. Melanie and Zulema passing us besides the expert witnesses. Okay. Berinsky's asking about Gibb and Pastinas as to what their relevance is. And Lori says they have relevant information about the case. The judge asked if the state has spoken to them. And Lori Vallow Daybell says they have been interviewed by the police. Oh, she thinks she knows all about it, don't she? So she's one. And so they're like, well, what exactly do they know? Justin is. This was Justin that's saying this. They've been interviewed by the police, she says. They have relevant information about Brandon Boudreaux during this time. The judge says they will be precluded if he doesn't get more details. He says, okay, well, you got to tell us more than that if you want them to be witnesses. Lori continues to cut off the judge, asking why it's necessary for her to detail what the two witnesses know. She says they have information about Alex Cox and Brandon Boudreaux, and the judge says anyone who came into contact with them does not make them relevant. Oh, no. Damn it. Damn it. Man, that's fiery crap there. We want them to be. Why are we on Lori's side in this? Want them to be witnesses. Berinsky confirms Kay will not call on Pastinas or Gibbs. Well, that sucks. Judge says it sounds like they don't have relevant information, but will include their names on the jury questionnaire to see if the jurors know who they are. If expert witnesses have no report submitted, they are likely to be precluded. Judge wants jurors to know that the trial will likely end on 6/13, but would include 6/23 as potential last day as an abundance of caution. Let's see if Joe is. Lori was getting agitated with him, Joe says. Heavens. Got a little rocky in there this morning. Okay, Justin says she has shown bias, denied every single one of her motions since she has been here in Arizona. Berinsky says, I just granted your motion to meet with your team during lunch breaks. He tells her to file more motions that have merit. Oh my gosh. Boy, she's getting on the judge and tells him that he's biased towards her after she done by having damn lunch breaks. The judge. She wants it all her way. Of course she does. Of course she does. Okay, Joe Schmo says the judge says it doesn't sound relative. I'll include them on the jurors questionnaire. Friday, June 13th will end the trial. Questionnaires out the May 22nd through the 27th. Lori objects. Personal information will be included. What information? State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. Lord have mercy. What a whiny, upset something they got on her.
I'm just waiting on Fox 10 to go live. I mean, it just says waiting for Fox 10. So I was just letting you know what I was doing.
Okay. My mom came in and she's in her room.
Oh, she did?
She's doing good.
I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, she's got food poisoning. It was food poisoning.
Oh, no.
Not a. Well, she's had it for 3 days, so she's almost over it now. But we got some medicine and shots and this and that. But
God, that hurts.
I know she's.
It's pretty shitty, actually.
Yeah, it is. It's for that is for real, and and also, well, she needed to go. I hope she did. Okay. I just thought of something I need to ask her, so I'm going to leave for just a minute.
I can tell. Huh? Where'd you go? There it is. Okay. Switching over.
We have a number of things to discuss and get through.
Oh, shit.
First of all is the motion for new trial the defendant filed. I received the response. I think the reply is due
Low.
today. Is that being filed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it right here. And
Is it ready to be filed?
yes,
Okay, we'll file that. You have a copy for the state?
I do.
Okay. The response, I'll take a look, or the reply, I should say, I'll take a look at that. The next thing I wanted to discuss was the state had filed a notice of,
intent to use defendant's other acts to establish conspiracy, premeditation, and/or establish motive pursuant to Rule 404B. In your pretrial statement, you indicated you wish to strike or withdraw that?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. Next, we have state's request to preclude the media from showing the face of a testifying witness, one of the witnesses. I'm assuming you don't really have a dog in that fight, Ms. Daybell? Or do you have a response?
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I haven't had a chance to read over. I just got a bunch of this stuff, so I'm not really sure what they're asking for.
Well, one of the witnesses also works in an undercover capacity, and showing that witness's face could compromise other investigations or things that that witness is doing. So it's a request to not broadcast his face through the media out into the public.
And is this witness FBI or something to that effect?
It's Nicholas Balance. I think he is an FBI agent.
Correct, he is an FBI agent.
And he's a relevant witness because of why?
According to the state's notice, he created a PowerPoint regarding some of the Wi-Fi or cellular data
Cellular
location.
and Wi-Fi use, yes.
Yep.
I have no real objection to him being obscured. I don't know how they'll do it, but.
All right, so I'll direct the media during trial when witness Nicholas Balance is called to testify. They can't broadcast his face out. They can focus the lower part of the witness stand or something like that, but his likeness or image or face should not be broadcast out to the public. So I'm essentially granting the state's request in that regard. Next, we have state's amended request for Rule 609 hearing and the defendant's response. When I read the amended request, you're simply adding the most recent conviction, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You didn't really respond to that in your reply. You kind of just talked about the previous reply that you had made about, did you notice that she had asked to basically add your most recent conviction?
I saw that, but I didn't know what the law was since I wasn't sentenced for that yet. So I wasn't quite sure where to go on that, so I left it off.
Okay, with the 609, I think similar to the last trial, I'll put that off, and depending on if you testify or not, it only really becomes relevant if you decide to testify. So we'll table that for the time being. Next, I have the state's motion limiting to preclude inadmissible evidence relating to Tammy Latchik, who is a evidence scene technician type person from the, I think it's city of Chandler.
Gilbert.
Did you, or I'm sorry, Gilbert, did you have a chance to review that?
I just got it, and I am in the middle of responding to that. But I do have a request in that regard.
Which is?
From the state, since it was, just given to us, and I'm sure that the state had that information clearly before now. We need additional information, and due to that late disclosure, I was going to ask the state if they could disclose to us the employment records of Tammy and the emails regarding this incident and any recordings or body cam videos, so that we don't have to have my investigator try to do an investigation so quickly. If they have that information, if it could be turned over to the defense so that we don't have to try to gather that information so quickly.
Well, I don't think you're necessarily entitled to all those things if it's deemed that incident is irrelevant to her testimony. So I think the threshold issue is if you want to file a response where you think that is relevant, something that you can get into, an incident that happened 4 years later, I guess when can you file your response?
Without any further information, I don't know when is that response necessarily due, Your Honor.
It was filed May 3rd, so technically it's already past due. So can you file it by next You have a copy of it now.
I just got a copy, correct.
Right. How about next Wednesday, the 21st?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, so we'll
And I
set
have a
that
question
aside.
on that as well. Can I make an objection on the sealing? Can I ask under what law or rule or statute that this motion was sealed under?
They've requested to file it under seal because of the nature of the motion and the contents of what that incident is, not needing to necessarily be in the public eye. So if you want to include in your motion an objection to it being filed under seal, you can do that as well.
Okay.
So you'll file that no later than May 21st. I don't need a reply on that. I'll deal with that, I guess, probably our first day of trial or so.
So you're not going to set a 609 hearing?
This is not a.
Oh, not the 609, but a hearing for Tammy Lachik?
I can listen to oral argument when you filed your reply, but I don't believe I needed any sort of hearing on it. So I'll deal with that May 29th or 30th, I suppose. All right, then we have the defendant's motion for no restraints in trial dated May 6th. I don't know, in your motion, I don't know where you get the idea that the sheriff's office recommendation ever was that you have no restraints at all. Their minimum recommendation was that you wear a rack belt.
Well, I have it right here and I copied it verbatim.
Yeah, you
Okay.
said, what it said was my recommended minimum requirements as listed above, and those were to wear a rack belt.
It said, or the recommendation of MCSO was that they could have a unarmed detention officer and an armed deputy sheriff if I was to not have any restraints.
Right, but that wasn't their recommendation. I've received the defendant's motion. I've received non-party Maricopa County Sheriff Jerry Sheridan's response.
On the MCSO security justifications, my understanding is that was his recommendation.
Your Honor, Joseph V. Hill for the Sheriff's Office, if you have any questions.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll deny the motion from the defendant. The same conditions will be set that we had in the first trial, that being you wear the rack belt, no leg brace. There was one incident during the trial where you asked to take a break because a strap was hanging down behind your jacket. We did that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury noticed the rack belt or anything like that. So I think those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
Your Honor, the jury was not polled to see if they noticed anything either. Was that correct?
Right. There was no request for that. All right. So next we have defendant's motion to consult with advisory council and team during trial dated May 6th. I don't know. I guess what exactly are you requesting? Are you requesting that during the lunch recesses you be housed somewhere where you can meet with your team?
Correct.
Okay.
And I know that it's a DO situation, and I know that our DO has his other obligations to do, so I didn't know if another officer could if something could be arranged so that I would have time with my team during those breaks and during lunchtime.
We did accommodate that during breaks and recesses during the trial to the extent that it doesn't delay the jury getting into the courtroom and resuming the trial when we need to, like when we take the 15-minute afternoon recess. That will continue. You'll have an opportunity to meet with them briefly. Over the lunch hour, I think is the real question. I did receive a response this morning from the sheriff's office, which indicates they don't really have an objection to that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. There is an area on the 4th floor in the South Court Tower where she can be taken to meet with her advisory council, and they'll work that out.
All right. I don't have a problem with that. So If you need to meet with them when we break for lunch, just indicate to the DO that's what you need to do. There may be a day where you don't need to meet with them, but I'll essentially grant, Ms. Kay, I don't assume you have an issue with them.
I have no
All
position
right,
on it.
so I'll grant the defendant's motion on that she can meet during the lunch hour. Again, the only restriction on that is that we're not gonna delay bringing in the jury at 1:30. We'll expect everyone back in the courtroom to start on time. All right, let's talk about the trial schedule and the screening. I received in the state's pretrial statement. Have you seen that?
I just did, yes.
Your Honor, may I be
Yes,
excused?
go ahead. Thank you. The state's pretrial statement indicate there was some witness scheduling issues. If we get the jury sat on the 30th and impaneled on the 30th, the last Friday in May, and we have our opening statements and begin testimony and evidence Monday, June 2nd, you indicated that, the state indicated you would run out of witnesses either Wednesday or sometime Thursday.
Correct. That are available that week, yes.
Right, and then so we'll definitely go dark on Friday the 6th. I had initially indicated we'd be in trial on that day, but if we can't have any witnesses here, we'll be dark on that day, and we'll indicate that for screening purposes for the jurors. I think we'll still indicate that we'll be in trial on the 5th, and we'll have to play that by ear. Maybe we will be dark, maybe we won't. But as far as when you resume on the 9th, you said you thought you would have 3 witnesses left at that point?
Correct.
Do you have an anticipation? Are those witnesses that would each take a whole day, or?
I think it's possible I could finish that day.
So ultimately what I'm getting at is trying to drill down the schedule and screening for the jury. Do we not need to screen them for the week of the 23rd?
Obviously, I just received the defendant's 15.2 that lists 2 different expert witnesses. I did request that they actually comply with Rule 15.2 and give me any information about any of these experts. They've also listed other witnesses. So because of that, I would still screen them for the other week.
Well, maybe we should address that. Is there still no report from Lonnie Dworkin that the state's received?
I have received nothing.
Do you have some sort of expert report you were disclosing?
We will, Your Honor, yes.
When?
Well, when is that going to be? Because it's way past due.
So the state did receive the affidavit from Lonnie explaining the things, which is why they turned over late discovery in the middle of trial. So we did have that. He's working on a few things for us as well now, and I will get with him as soon as possible and get that report to you as soon as possible.
All right, well, it's depending on what's in that report, it is likely to be precluded at this point, but I'll keep an open mind on that, and I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about, for the purposes of scheduling.
Your Honor, and just there's one other person that I'm Googled.
I'm going to ask her about the other
Okay.
witnesses. I received your supplemental witness list, I think yesterday. You have, in addition to Mr. Dworkin, you have Weaver, Barkman, again, Detective Moffett, Jeffrey White, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema Pastanas.
Zulema Pastanas.
Okay. Was Detective Moffett also involved in this case?
He was involved with the case agent of this case while he was the case agent of the other case, correct?
Okay. So he may or may not have, he may have relevant information. Again, I guess that's a wait and see. What about, who's Weaver Barkman?
So he's a ballistics expert.
Is that an expert? So that's an expert. Do you have an expert report that's been disclosed?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're working on it.
Your Honor, since I have not noticed a ballistics expert, that's a big problem, because if I get something, then I would have to do that. So the defendant's, again, extremely late violation of all rules of criminal procedure is a problem.
It is a problem. Who's Jeffrey White?
my investigator.
Oh, okay. And do you have an idea of in what capacity you think he would be called?
Well, we had made a request from the state for the car door and the window that the bullet supposedly hit, and we were going to have him inspect that as well. We have recently found out that those two things do not exist. So I'm not sure what they're going to be putting up as far as ballistics in their case in chief. So I was trying to have someone who could be able to look at whatever reports they're trying to put up and rebut anything that they're saying.
Is Mr. White an expert in that area?
Mr. Weaver?
No, I said Jeffrey White.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for, why might he be called as into trial?
Because he's interviewing the witnesses as well, the defense witnesses.
So is it some sort of extrinsic impeachment if they?
Correct.
What about Melanie Gibb?
So Melanie Gibb and Zelina Pastinas were both initially noticed in the state's 15.1. They have not noticed them again. I don't know if they can still call them if they're on their list, but
Have you?
they have relevant information to this case.
Have they been presented for an interview by the state?
They've both been interviewed multiple times by the state.
I mean, not by police officers, I mean by either the prosecutor or someone in her office in preparation for trial.
In this case,
Yeah, in either case,
not that I'm aware of.
have they been subpoenaed?
The subpoenas are out.
What relevant information would they have?
They have relevant information to Brandon Boudreaux
Okay.
and around that time.
What is the nature of that relevant information?
It will come apparent if they have to get up and testify, Your Honor. I will only call them if I need
Well, they're
them.
gonna be precluded if you can't give me some minimal, what relevant information they have. Just saying that they're relevant doesn't make them relevant. Okay?
Yes, and is this procedure that I have to say what each of my witnesses are relevant ahead of time and give my whole case in chief over to the state? It is?
Yeah.
That's
just
how
like-
it works?
like
That's the rules of law?
Stop interrupting me. Yes, that is the rule of law. That's just what the state does. They tell you what relevant information each witness has. So my answer is yes. So if you can't tell me what relevant information they have, they'll be precluded.
They both have had dealings with Brandon Boudreaux and Alex Cox. So
Okay, so does someone, that was a server for them at a restaurant. It doesn't make them have relevant information as to this case. Anyone who came into contact with Mr. Boudreaux or Mr. Cox had some interaction with them at some point in their lifetime does not make them a relevant witness. So what is their relevance?
the state had them on their witness list and they're saying they're not relevant?
Apparently not. Are you calling them?
No, they're not on my.
Police interview however many people they interview because they're working on the case. They don't know who has relevant information, who doesn't have relevant information. All the people that they interview don't end up being relevant. So because they're listed in a police report somewhere, doesn't necessarily make them relevant.
Okay, their relevance lies in if I have to rebut something that the state puts on in their case in chief. They're just called in case they need them. They're subpoenaed in case I need them.
All right. It sounds like they don't have relevant information. However, I'll include these names on the potential witness list for screening the jurors if the jurors have any knowledge of any of these witnesses out of an abundance of caution. That's really the purposes for today is the questionnaire that goes out to the jurors. So I will include these witnesses. Again, Mr. Dworkin, Mr. Barkman, if they're expert witnesses that haven't provided any sort of report or expert witness testimony, they're likely to be precluded as witnesses, but I'll include them on the witness list. I think what I'm hearing is you said you might finish on the 9th or the 10th? I'm going to indicate on the questionnaire to the jurors, potential jurors, that the trial is likely to end by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd, as a, and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution. So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done, and it's pretty much the same as the last one, except for the names of the witnesses, the specific allegations, and then I removed the question about viewing medical examiner autopsy type photos because that's not needed in this case. But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th. And then we'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be at 1 p.m. on the 29th.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire, or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done? Are you just going to keep? Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name? Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused. So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No, Your Honor.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive our screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower. Again, I expect to seat that jury at some point that afternoon. And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias, all right? I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right? So
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over the lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay?
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
File motions that have a legal basis and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Not many, no.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit. Okay?
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law. All right? They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay? That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied, 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 denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right, are you done?
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion. Anything else? All right, I was handed a motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
I have not received that.
Did you probably got a copy of it today or not?
No.
Oh, do we need to make copies? All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial evidence. So make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everyone on the 29th at 1 p.m. Again, that's in this courtroom.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, pissy pants. Oh, piss pants. Oh, she's storms out of there. Oh my God, that was so good. I'm about to back it up. And we're about to watch that again. I'm sorry. That's good. Are we done? I think we're done. Oh my God. That was the sauciest freaking. Oh, shit. Get her. Oh, get off the wall. Damn. Hyper focused. Come on, bruh. I am too. I am so here for this too. Okay, what are we doing? Looking for a hole in the wall? Oh my God. I do? Difficultresearch.com? Oh my God. Okay, hold on. I'm freaking. Robbie. Oh my God. I gotta let that absorb. Oh my God. Thank you so much. Ava.com. Ava.com. Thank you, Robbie. Oh my gosh. We're going to have to set it up because I need a website. I don't even know the first thing about it. Megan said she would help me do that too, but I haven't had a chance to. I now have the funds, but now I don't have the chance. But okay, let's I want to hear this little sass pot right here. He must have teenagers. He didn't flinch.
Had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused.
Yeah.
So I have to include your name
Thank you.
to screen out for the people that know about your case. And
Oh.
we released about 100
Yes.
jurors last time
I'll go look.
because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk
It
of
does.
tainting the rest of the jury pool.
She even
We have
said that the
someone
last
stand up and
time.
Say, yeah, I know
I
about
think.
her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors. That'll burn the whole channel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with it?
I got Hope Grace unhid.
Oh my God, that scared me. I have this so up. I have it up so I can hear it. And no.
We will meet 1 p.m. to go over
Okay,
those
you have Hope
answers
Grace what?
on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll
I
meet
didn't
at
understand.
She had gotten hidden and I unhid her.
that morning.
Oh, okay. I was going into YouTube land. Okay.
I done did
Sorry.
it. Bye.
Survive.
Thank you.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet
God,
at
it's
1
so
p.m.
low.
to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning
Okay.
that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive are screening on the 29th, and those
Use that word
survive
loosely.
the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower.
5D, girl. You 5D.
Again, I expect to seat that jury that some point that afternoon.
Probably.
And then we'll plan
A
on
whole
going
day.
Monday
Look,
through
she is.
Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I would have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
Mine.
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, I don't have any personal bias. All right.
Boom.
I've over accommodated you on
Yes.
when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that.
Yeah.
All right.
Hooker.
So
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every
Yeah.
single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit?
Take a
You've
breath.
Denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago.
I love that.
Did your motion to meet with your attorneys over lunch hour?
I love that
I
shit.
have granted other motions of yours.
Bitch.
That's the first motion that you've ever granted
Well,
in my behalf.
file motions that have a legal basis, and I might grant it.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Correct.
Not many, no.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my
Stick your
second
nose
team's
up.
motions.
Nose up.
And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't
On my
denied
motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit. Okay.
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion.
Get the
on your
fucking
behalf
microphone
to
out your
continue
fucking
to
throat.
include media coverage, and I issued my ruling
Sorry.
according to the law. All right. They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay.
With your rack
That was
city
not
belt,
based on
bitch.
law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied, 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 denied. Does that not show a bias?
What you did to
A
your
prejudice
victim,
against
Hooker.
one single person?
Are you done?
Yeah, you done, bitch? Sorry.
You're not going to
I can't
recuse
help it.
yourself?
No, I'm denying your
Ooh.
motion.
Recuse yourself. I'm just figuring. He did. She don't think so, according to her
I
interview.
just received, I was handed a
I was like, what, a bomb threat? That's what I was thinking.
motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to
Hey,
James
girl.
Wrangler.
Mm.
I have not received that.
Did you probably got a copy of it
Yeah,
today or not?
it's not fair.
Oh, do we need to make copies?
Mm-hmm.
All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also
There
have
you
a
go.
motion
That's some
to
good stuff.
dismiss for non-preservation of
I don't either.
crucial evidence. So make a copy. I guess the state can.
Oh,
file
yeah.
response to those.
Yeah, that too. And that too. Y'all really got her pegged.
All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No.
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
That's awesome.
At 1 p.m.
Look at her.
Again, that's in this courtroom.
Snooty tooty. Hold on. I gotta hear that. No, Your Honor.
29th at 1 p.m.
Oh, wait.
Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
Your Honor.
All right.
No, Your Honor.
On
What a bitch.
1 p.m.
Hey,
Again, that's in this courtroom.
hold your arms apart. You can't. Oh, yes. Why couldn't we have days like this before? Okay, I needed a whole 6 years of this. Oh my God, she does. She is not on top of her game for sure. Seems like she didn't have anything ready compared to the last time when she was pissing me off with all her readiness. And it's like, she just wants her freaking way. And she wants it now. She might have just realized her hair and face don't work anymore. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Yes, you've all had her pegged for years. Yeah. Carolina Loho doesn't have a clue about legal merit. She thought because her attorney filed her motions, Judge Bresky would approve them. Myself, her own legal team sabotaged her. Oh my God. Can't help the helpless. Or defend the defenseless, or whatever it is. She is pissed. She did not get her way. Where's the baby voice? No, Your Honor. That's what she said at the end. Oh yeah. Okay. Let me go find it. Our convict crayon. Dull. I don't know where it was. Oh yeah. Thank you for producing
I'll
this.
deny the motion from the defendant. The same conditions will be set.
His
that we
hair is
had in the
crazy.
first trial, that being you just wear the rack belt. No
Looks like when you go to putt,
There was one
you
incident
got the
during
little
trial
pencil
where
or Yahtzee.
you asked to take a break because a strap
Look
was
how he's
hanging
looking
down
at her.
behind your jacket.
As a strap,
Did
girl.
that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury noticed the rack belt or
Yeah, let's use it this time. Piss us
anything
off.
like that. So I think those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
Your Honor, the jury was not polled to see if they noticed anything either. Was that correct?
You are a pole,
Right. There was no request for that.
bitch.
All right. So next we have
Oh, she just did like a
defendant's
take off my
motion.
glasses in slow motion, like kind of like oh my God, Baywatch, but it's like she slowly took her. Hold on, what is that? CSI? Oh, a long time ago, the guy would take off his sunglasses. Let me do this. I'm gonna slow it down. Ready? We're about to have some fun. Oh, that might be too slow. She's gonna scare me even more. Okay, let's go here. Oh.
All right. So next we have
Who the fuck is over there?
defendant's
What's up?
motion.
Who is she smiling for? Her mom? God.
All right. So next we have
Wow.
defendant's motion.
Ugh, she thinks it's all a damn game.
Consult with advisory council and team during trial dated May 6th.
When's she gonna throw her crayon down? I don't know when it happened.
3 years later. I guess we'll.
Anybody know the
Winfrey
timestamp for that?
Um,
Thank you, Miss
without any
Mojo.
further information, I don't know when is that
Can't find it
response
now.
necessarily due, Your Honor.
Woo, that's like,
It
thank you,
was
Robbie.
filed May 3rd, so second. Technically, it's already.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Beach Bum. Thank you, Hope Grace.
So can you file it by next? You have a copy of it now.
You
I
get a
just
wee
got a
breakfast.
copy, correct.
You get a wee
How
breakfast.
about next Wednesday, the
Ooh.
21st?
Hump day. It is great footage.
Yes, I can do that.
All right.
She
so
put her
we'll
glasses
put
on
I have
that
a
because
aside.
question on that as well. Can I make an objection on the sealing? Can I ask under what law or rule or statute
sealing.
this motion was sealed under?
No ceilings, mother breaker.
They've requested to file it under seal because of the nature of the motion.
Thank you, Miss Mojo.
Contents of what that incident is, not needing to necessarily be in the public eye. So if you want to include in your motion an objection to it being filed under seal, you can
Yes,
do that as well.
it is gone.
So you'll file that no later than May 21st. I don't need a reply on that. I'll deal with that, I guess, probably our first
Wait,
trial.
she might trick
So
us.
you're not going to set a 609 hearing?
No.
This is not a.
Oh, not the 609, but a hearing for Tammy Lachik?
I
No,
can listen to
Daybell.
oral argument when you filed your reply, but I don't.
Oh,
need
wow.
any sort of hearing on it.
I bet.
So I'll deal with that
I love seeing her
May 29th or
chains.
30th, I suppose.
Yeah, it made my day too, y'all.
Then we have the defendant's
I want to see her throw her crayon.
motion for no restraints
there.
in trial dated May 6th.
Yeah, she is.
I don't know, in your motion,
Forever
I don't know
stripper.
where you get the idea that the
That's good.
sheriff's office recommendation ever was that you have no restraints at all. Their minimum recommendation was that you wear a rack belt.
Yes, I want to do everything.
Here, and I copied it verbatim.
Look her liver spots.
Yeah, you said, what it said was.
Or
apply
whatever,
recommended
freckles.
minimum requirements
I'll go
as
with liver
listed above,
spots.
And those were to wear a rack belt.
It said, or
We'll have to raffle for the remote viewing.
of MCSO was that they could have a unarmed detention officer.
I don't
and
know.
an
We'll have
armed
to ask
deputy
Joe.
sheriff if I was to not have any restraints.
Right, but that wasn't their recommendation.
Mm-hmm. And then she'll lie to you and say that she was not angry or
Received,
upset.
defense motion, I've received non-party American.
She was calm and nonchalant.
Sheridan's response.
On the MCSO security justifications, my understanding is that was his recommendation.
Your Honor, Joseph V. Hill for the Sheriff's Office.
Oh, okay.
Ooh.
Well,
I don't know about funny.
I'll deny the motion from the defendant. The same.
It's been a
conditions will
good
be
hearing.
set that we had in the first trial.
Yeah, her
being
team.
You wear the rack belt, no leg brace. There was one incident during the trial where you asked to take a break because the strap was hanging down behind your jacket.
There you go.
We did that. We rectified the situation. There's been no indication whatsoever that the jury
Rack City bitch.
noticed the
Rack City
belt
bitch.
or
Rack City bitch. If you know the song, then you know the song.
anything like that. So
What I think of.
those conditions are appropriate and will remain for the second trial.
Love you too.
The jury was not polled to see if
Oh,
they
just before the
noticed
glasses.
anything
Oh
either.
crap!
Is
I
that
don't
correct?
remember.
Right. There was no request for that. All right. So next we have
Okay, there's the glasses.
defendant's motion to consult with advisory council and team
Hmm.
during trial dated May 6th. I don't know. I guess what exactly are you requesting? Are you requesting that during the lunch recesses you be housed somewhere where you can meet with your team?
Correct.
Okay.
And I know that it's a DO situation, and I know that our DO has his other obligations to do, so I didn't know if another officer could if something could be arranged so that I would have time with my team during those breaks and during lunchtime.
We did accommodate that during breaks and recesses.
I'm
during
looking
the
for it.
trial, to the extent that it doesn't delay the jury getting into the courtroom and resuming the trial when we need to, like when we take the 15-minute afternoon recess. That will continue. You'll have an opportunity to meet with them briefly. Over the lunch hour, potential
Oh shit!
jurors
I didn't mean to hit it. Damn it!
the trial is likely to end
Oh, I was getting tired. I guess.
by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll
Where are your
include
pills?
that Monday, the 23rd, as a, and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution.
Don't you be making no Freemasonry signs.
So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much
Damn
done,
it.
and it's pretty much the same as the last
That
one. except
sucks.
for
And I mean, I
the
can't look it up in the transcript or
the
anything.
specific allegations. And then I removed the question about viewing medical examiner autopsy type photos
For what?
because that's not needed in this case.
Oh, okay.
But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th.
Where's the damn closed caption?
We'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be at 1 p.m. on the 29th.
No transcript yet.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information.
She thinks
in
she's
that
so
jury
personal
questionnaire.
information,
I don't
her
think that's a
name.
problem.
What personal information?
Right.
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever
How do
put
you
out with
know?
their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Okay. Your last trial too.
Then the people are just going to Google it.
Oh, this is, I
and we're
think,
going to
when
have
she
the
does it.
same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case.
We
We're gonna have the
didn't.
same exact problem.
Are you
He's
done?
at it faster than a cat could look.
Are you just
I'm
gonna
sorry.
keep-
I just messed up.
For it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case.
We
We're going to
don't
have the same exact problem.
Are you done?
Mm.
Are you just going to keep? Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name?
That's not a mind stopper.
Responsible.
You saw him. You saw
I'm just saying,
him.
you gave,
Watch his face.
You have a responsibility.
I'm just saying, you gave them the name and they're just.
One more time. Yeah.
I'm just saying, you gave them the name and they're just going to Google it.
They're instructed not to Google it. All right. And if
You
you'll
can go
recall,
it.
when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked up this case since you filled out the questionnaire? And we had two or three people raise their hand, and those people were excused.
Yep.
So I have to include your name to screen out for the people
It's an initial
that know about
filter.
your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors you have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors.
Blah, blah, blah.
It'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So
She likes to
I'm
burn,
gonna
rip,
include
tear,
your name
all
in the
kinds of stuff.
questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name. So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No.
No, Your Honor.
No.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1
She
p.m.
is
to go over those
so
answers.
tragic.
On the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10.
30th at 10.
We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive
Mm-hmm.
are screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower.
I love the
We
lighting in
expect
here.
to seat that jury at some point that afternoon.
Look, she is like, that's too fast for me.
June 5th, then June 9th to June 13th, and if need
There's her
be,
pencil.
June 23rd.
Crayon, yellow.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I I have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have
She didn't even ask
against someone
nobody.
to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial?
You're a master bitch.
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during.
Yeah, her periods must have got really super strong after, they were vibration in and out. So that's probably what we're witnessing, some younger periods. And I hope they cramp really bad.
In the trial.
Okay, well,
Sorry.
I don't have any personal bias. All right. I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things.
She has
In
2
fact, your
pencils.
record should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't
Make a
done
short
that.
stat. I will.
All right. So
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit?
Y'all remember when she was bitching at the investigator in, the only one that interviewed her, I think, when she was like, what it's like to take a phone away from a 16-year-old? This is exactly what I picture a 16-year-old and taking away their phone right here. Oh, look, yeah.
So
you denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion
Yeah.
to meet with your attorneys. on
Love
this,
it.
Shelley. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay.
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
Today.
Motions that have a legal basis,
Emotions.
then I might grant it.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
Not
You don't have merit.
many, no.
You suck.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all
Why
mine.
don't you just
So
say
you
it
didn't
all
come into
together?
this with any bias against me in the first place.
Again, file a motion that has legal merit. Okay.
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit.
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay. That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied.
Again, she never includes or rarely includes any kind of what do you call it? Case. Oh shit, I had it earlier, but an example. She just goes off the riff. This one here.
Denied. Does that not show a
Denied.
bias and a prejudice against
This
women?
is what Lori did to her victims.
Without any kind of
Denied.
conclusion of law in them, just denied. Does that
Like
not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
Aren't you a bitch? Yeah. Don't you have an extra
You're
life?
not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion.
Recuse yourself.
Anything else?
Take that on your witch burn.
All right. I just received, I was handed a
Witchy woman.
motion to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
Motion to suppress her mouth.
I have
Police.
not received that.
Just all
You
this.
probably got a copy of it today or not?
No.
Oh, do we need to make copies?
Ask Lori too. She likes making
All right,
copies.
go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial
I'd be like
evidence.
denied.
So make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
Yeah. Oh, not that one. Sorry.
All right.
You're an
on
asshole.
the 29th at 1 p.m. Again,
Yes.
that's in this courtroom.
She's so passive aggressive. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Y'all, especially when she tried lying and saying that she was not mad whenever she found out the life insurance did not go to her. She was like, I was not mad. And then I found some text messages, earlier between her and Chatty Daddy, and they were mad. She was mad. She was so mad. She sucks. She is so predictable now, like, but I mean, I'm sorry, I'm dusting. I wish that she would have been a little saucy like this before. It's like she doesn't give a shit now, huh? Nothing to lose. The last one was just to prove a point, I guess. To try to. She tried. She tried. She sucks. She sucks. Let's see. I have that. Hold on. Let me go find that text so I can tell you. I think it's in here. Allegedly. Let's see. Yeah, I do. All right. So I'm just they're just random kind of text messages between Lori, or I'm sorry, James and Elena. Lori and Chad. Now we see the start of the James and Elena story sent from Chad to Lori on July 21st, 2019 at 8:17 p.m. Chad went by James, Lori went by Elena. It begins with James and Elena visiting the temple and then returning to a hotel room for additional romance on the couch. We're not going to go into it. It's just this one. They calm their nerves enough to give each other a blessing. As James placed his hands on her head, he connected with Elena's true eternal self. All right. The next one says, we now see messages from July 21st, Lori to Chad. It's making me so happy to read about our life that I am finally going to dance. Missing you and loving you from afar. Lori to Chad, it was great. I feel free again. I love you more than ever and can't wait to be with you forever. I'm begging Father and Mother. That's my job tonight. Chad to Lori, I will be right beside you, begging you. All of these messages have lip. Oh, all these messages have lip or heart emojis. My bad. And I have to break character. Now we see a text exchange from July 22nd, 2019. This is when Chad texts Lori and says he's going to see The Other Side of Heaven with his son, and she says he will like it because the scenery looks like Kauai. Hopefully we will be there soon. Someday soon together. Lori texts Chad. He responds, that is the plan and my greatest desire. After the movie, Chad texts, quote, I look forward to being on a tropical island with you. I sound like Gigi. She does it better, though. The next slideshow text from July 23rd, 2019. Lori to Chad. Good morning. No, I figured. Missing you. Didn't sleep much. Need you to check JJ. Weird stuff happened in the middle of the night. It's like they distracted us with Blake. Lori then texts, when you get home, check Tylee. She is being super sweet and helpful, and she cleaned her room. See if she got switched. Totally not her. Chad to Lori. Yes, she was switched. Please let me know when you can talk, and I will explain it. Lori uses a lot of heart and lip emojis in her text to Chad. On July 26th, Lori sends Chad a text asking him to check JJ. She said he was calm and he watched movies all day, which he would never do. Chad responds, it is still JJ. I'm told she is lying about him being calm and nonchalant. No, it didn't say nonchalant. And watching movies. Lori responds, quote, this is so effing disturbing. Knowing what we know. Right here. Mel knew. She called me. She felt the real Brighton, Melanie Boudreaux's child, last night and knew she was different. She was told I didn't want to tell her. She is taking it well and knows it is part of a big plan. She is amazing, although I'm still pretty upset about it. I love you. Y'all, they were making plans to sacrifice that little girl. I'm sticking to it. It talks about a message Melanie received from, quote, Father, unquote. It says he is pleased with her and she has overcome all. This is like a blessing, you know, like here, just sacrifice your kids and this is what you get. Things will be fast paced and you are ready. I love you so much. Godspeed. Now don't mind if I speed things up a bit. Lori then sends Chad this. That is a very nice message Mel B received. I won't mind at all if he speeds things up a bit. Chad to Lori. Yes, I miss holding you in my arms. My little pterodactyl arms. Just kidding. And caressing and kissing you. July 28th, messages. Lori to Chad. Are you mad? Sad? Chad? No, it says what? Chad to Lori. I'm doing okay. Just no privacy here. That's disgusting. Too hardly text. And I'm missing you immensely. I feel good about the trip. This will be a mistake to deal with, but I'll text you if they start acting up and we can zap them. Miserable, not mistake. Chad to Lori. Sounds great. Yes, if they are going to act up, we'll at least give them a reason to scream. I love, cherish, treasure, and adore you. The wonderful memories just keep coming back. You are mesmerizing. Raphael is one lucky dude. Yeah, he says guy. Hart says Lori was on a trip with Melanie B and her 2 kids, referencing the 2 threes in the car. Hart says JJ was present and he was unsure about Tylee. I took my sword of life and sliced his aura vertically in several places. You should be able to now rip and burn it. I also decreased his pain tolerance to 1% and greatly increased his pain. His desire to depart is at 80%. Message on July 21, 2019. Lori to Chad. Found it. Ned gave all of it to Rhonda. Chad to Lori. Glad you found that out. Right. I mean, he's a seer, right? Allegedly. Okay. Lori to Chad. It fits. Now she will try to take him. Thanks for working on her. Work on me too. Reading all this stuff makes me sick. Chad to Lori. We will work hard on Rhonda when we are together. I will get her numbers as low as I can by Wednesday. Lori to Chad. Good. Let's work on it hard. Boy, they had just such a hard working life, right? He knew he was in the presence of an exalted goddess. I'm glad he did because we ain't seen it. Okay. Who had returned to Earth to perform a special mission. Uh-oh. You know what that means. Anyways, this mission included being with him, and they would progress together as translated beings. The full plan wasn't yet completely clear to him, but the immense power radiating from her confirmed his belief that she was among the greater women in the universe. They embraced following the blessings and the emotions. They felt they were a mixture of eternal bliss and celestial desire. The sexual chemistry is disgusting. Okay. Was undeniable, but the spiritual unity was a glorious, that's so stupid, bonus for them both. They had known each other for 3 weeks. Lori responds, she loves it. Chad responds with a long message about being sealed in the temple, their spirits and their bodies. That's so gross. Read it verbatim here. So that must be Nate. All right. Hart says the messages show Chad and Lori had a plan about how they would progress together. Is that what it's called these days? She stroked something. I don't know, but his ego must be down there. Yeah. It's disgusting. Or as my little boy used to say when he was like little, he couldn't say disgusting. He would say first-gusting. It's first-gusting. Okay, let's see. Hart says the messages show Chad and Lori had already said that. Hart says investigators obtained records from the LDS temple. Those records show Chad Daybell and Lori Vallow attended the Gilbert, Arizona temple on November 16, 2018. This is 8 months before Charles Vallow died and 11 months before Tammy Daybell passed away. In the courtroom, Lori has her head down and has been taking notes most of the morning. Oh my gosh. Okay. Chad tells Lori that there should be a paper trail, and this is another step to bringing down the Gadiantons, especially Brandon. Lori responds that he, Charles, can change the life insurance at any time. Chad says, oh, this one doesn't make sense. I think I had a typo in here. It will be, Tylee was at 0. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Chad tells Lori that he thinks Kay is the beneficiary, and she was probably freaking out after Lori got those computers. Why the hell would my mom be freaking out after that? He thinks Kay is the beneficiary, and she was probably freaking out after Lori got those computers. Anyway, Smith asks Hart what Gadiantons mean. Quote, the Gadiantons were a secret society from the Book of Mormon, a group of evil people. When the phrase is used, it identifies someone as being evil. In this case, Brandon Boudreaux. In the text exchange, Lori messages Chad and says he spoke with the insurance company. And says she spoke with the insurance company. She learned Charles changed a life insurance policy in March 2019, so Kay would be the beneficiary. She says, quote, I'll still get the $4,000 a month from SS, Social Security. On July 18, 2019, Chad texted Lori, I have been instructed to focus my efforts on Hillary, so I will. Chad to Lori, okay, find out her percentage for me. And JJ, that can't be right. That should be Lori to Chad. Chad to Lori, she is at 0.13. I turned up the pain to 10 and placed a spiritual virus in her. He is at 99.99. Y'all, as I was reading some stuff from Sandra Tanner and Gerald Tanner's website last night, and I found some other ritualistic type cases that talk just like this about putting bombs. That's what they tell their victims. They're going to put, it's a little different because they're not telling their victims that I don't know, wasn't there? Yeah, they were going to kill my mom for sure. For sure. Pisses me off a great deal. Assholes. But yeah, talking about they tell their victims that they put a spiritual bomb or something in if they tell, and just stupid stuff. Another occurs on July 30th. The third occurs on August 10th. The closer an individual was. Oh, wait. Hart. Oh, I just skipped. Hart says Hillary is. What the hell? Did I skip all over? Oh, yeah. Okay. Raphael visited him and told him to follow Amy into the light. I also assured him that James would love and take care of his mommy, which he will with all of his heart and soul. I wonder what he thinks today. Lori to Chad, that is sweet. I missed you desperately. Hart says Hillary is the name of the entity/spirit that inhabited Tylee's body. Hart says there are 3 total conversations regarding the death percentages for JJ, Tylee, and Tammy Daybell. Another occurs on July 30th, and the third occurs on August 10th. The closer an individual was to 100, the closer they were to their death. JJ was at 99.99. Tylee was at 0.13. Lori says, back to crying and saying goodbye. Back to the box. Chad to Lori, this trip to Utah had a lot of finality to it. I was told extreme changes are coming to me and to Utah. I bet you he was at Tom Harrison's office. Or whatever. Portal pal. Hart said the word storm is the name they had given to Chad's penis. I said it. I said penis. Nasty. Quote, oh, no. Women behind me just gasped in the courtroom, says Nate. We now see text messages from July 20, 2019, and Chad and Lori are talking about Melanie Boudreaux's children. Lori to Chad. What's Blake's percentage? He drew 3 crosses on the wall in his bedroom. We just finished painting over them, like he was marking it for the dark side to find him. So crosses attract the dark. Just letting you know. So just know that the LDS Church changed their Google symbol, for maps. They changed it from Moroni to crosses. So what what are we attracting? just one of those questions. We just finished painting over them like he was marking it for the dark side to find him. Chad to Lori, Blake is a 7. Lori to Chad, I need a distraction while I'm waiting for you. I love you. Chad to Lori, absolutely. I think you'll have a fun time. Hart says Lori was going to take a trip while she was waiting for Chad. Lori went to California. Smith describes the next slide that displays the life insurance document showing Kay Woodcock was the beneficiary. Lori sent Chad proof of the change of beneficiary. We don't see the slide because some personal information needs to be redacted. Chad to Lori on July 29th. One question. Do you want me to cause pain yet to those 2 3s you're riding with? Lori to Chad. Lori to Chad says, probably hold off on them. Probably hold off on them till we arrive. The references in hurting children and giving them a reason to scream are relevant. Hart says when Smith asked why he included this slide in the presentation, Hart says he never saw any messages where Lori protested anyone getting hurt. Hart's now reading a message Kay Woodcock sent to Lori begging her to allow JJ to attend his dad's memorial service. That was from, I was like, Mom, text her. Ask her to come. The bitch ain't coming. I promise you. That's exactly what I said. Just like that. I was like, and if the bitch does, oh, come on. Sorry, I was talking big. Anyways. So, because Mom was like, I don't want her to come. I'm like, she ain't gonna fucking come. Sorry. But that's exactly what I said. Okay. Okay, so, quote, we miss him so much. I'll leave in the morning to get him if you'd allow it. I'm begging you, please, unquote. Lori forwarded the message to Chad. Chad then responds, quote, interesting message from Kay. She doesn't seem inclined to want to share the money, unquote. Lori responds, they are jerks, and she isn't responding ever. What a hooker. Hart says it was clear to investigators that the relationship between Chad and Lori was the driving force in the crimes alleged in this case. The next slide is from from July 18, 2019, Lori to Chad. I just got the letter from the insurance company. Oh, we already did this one. Oh, no, we didn't. I just got the letter from the insurance company saying that I am not the beneficiary. It's a spear through my heart. Miss, I'm not pissed. Who do you think he changed it to? Brandon or probably Kay? He left nothing for JJ, which, right? I mean, for what? A small window of time? Because, Lord knows he was not going to be here much longer, along with his sister and a lot of other people. Chad to Lori. Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out. Lori to Chad. I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I bet he was relieved whenever they got Charles's computers. Yeah. Oh, another thing, y'all. Jason brought this up. Because Colby is like, he doesn't have his wedding pictures. And so Jason was like, why doesn't he contact whomever, the police, like the investigators, and see if they can get that off of his mom and or Charles's computers, his wedding pictures. And I was like, ooh, good idea. It's all they can do is say no, right? So if anybody can pass that on, that's Jason's idea. Okay, the next slide. Okay, yeah. Chad to Lori. Wow, that's terrible. There's no way to find out. Lori to Chad. I might be able to see when I get his computer on Sunday. I could check the emails I sent to the insurance company. It will show change of beneficiary. He must have done it recently. Why? Has she been checking? Missing your kisses. That same day. Oh, see, they're out of order. That same day, Chad texts Lori, I'm home, missing you immensely and feeling very tired. But I had a splendid time with you, my love. I will text again soon. Chad then texts, quote, tonight I figured out who I feel like. I'm a grown-up version of Harry Potter, which I've still never seen, by the way. PMS, yeah. Oh yeah, it's a raging case of. I hope she gets relief. I'm joking. I don't want any bad period cramps to come attack my ass. Not at all. Whew. It's kind of like bless your heart. You know what I'm saying? That's what I really mean by it. Not you, her. In a passive aggressive way, I guess. Chad texts Lori, I'm home, missing you immensely and feeling very tired, but had a splendid time with you, my love. Okay, so then, yeah. Y'all have never seen Harry Potter. I don't even feel like reading the rest of that. Retired FBI agent Doug Hart is now on the stand. So, yeah, we're going backwards. Jurors are being brought in. The first slide displays the big screen. On the big screen is a text message chat between Cole Vallow, Zach Vallow, and Lori. The next message is from Chad to Lori on July 15th. Quote, I know you won't get this text for another hour or so. Okay. But my love for you is overflowing right now. I just want to hold you endlessly. You are my wonderful best friend that I can't live without. Two heart emojis. Lori to Chad, and yet you are so sad. Missing you. Just landed. Got to get to work. Work. No, I didn't say that. So it says kiss lips emoji. Hart says the closer the number is to 0, the closer they are to death. So both children were very close to death, according to Chad's scale. Now we see a text from July 18, 2019. You are so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. So many divine attributes rolled into one dynamic, desirable package. I want you even more desperately than you want me. That is the most asshole thing to say. I want you as much as you want me. It reminds me of that movie, Just Go With It, with Adam Sandler and Rachel, Jennifer, whatever. I'm not saying her name right. Oh my God. And anyways, and it has Nicole Kidman and what's his name? Oh my God, his music's going through my head right now. Anyways, and they have the pineapple, and then they had the they like flatter each other with those that you're so adorable, beautiful, wonderful, heavenly, luscious, and angelic. Oh my God, it's like I'm trying not to look at the computer so I can think about it. Why you want to give me the run around? Kind of like that. Let's see. Okay, I gotta look. Well, no, I don't have any answers. Okay. Lori. Oh no, Chad responds. Just grab it. It says Lori here, but I don't think that's right. Just grab me by the storm and I will follow you to the ends of the universe. Chad asks, it's Lori. Lori asks, when might that be? I don't know. Wednesday evening. I'm just not even going to say their names anymore. And then repeatedly and gloriously until Friday. That's Chad. Lori replies, and then what? Hart says Rhonda was the evil spirit that inhabited Kay Woodcock. This conversation came after Lori found out Kay received the life insurance money. Lori was not angry, y'all. Okay? She was not angry. And so this evil spirit that inhabited my mom must be a mistake. Clerical, maybe? She is such a douche canoe. Okay? I just have a potty mouth today, so. But, all right. Well, I guess I'm going to go clean or something. Blues Traveler. Thank you, Just Me. Yay. But you know what I'm talking about when I don't know, it's like Nicole Kidman and him, Blues Traveler guy. And they're like, I love you. The attribute kind of thing. So that slow motion almost made me choke on my pop. Well, I never did find that part, where she throws her damn crown down. I'm going to look towards the beginning.
Today, is that being filed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it right here. And
is it ready to be filed?
All right, we'll watch this on the way out from the beginning. All right, ready and go.
For the record, I believe the victim is appearing virtually.
Lori Daybell.
All right. have a number of things to discuss and get through here today. First of all is the motion for new trial the defendant filed. I received the response. I think the reply is due today. Is that being filed?
Yes, Your Honor, I have it right here. And
Is it ready to be filed?
yes,
Okay, we'll file that. You have a copy for the state?
I do.
Okay. The response, I'll take a look, or the reply, I should say, I'll take a look at that. The next thing I wanted to discuss was the state had filed a notice of its intent to use defendant's other acts to establish conspiracy, premeditation, and/or establish motive pursuant to Rule 404B. In your pretrial statement, you indicated you wish to strike or withdraw that?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's withdrawn. Next, we have state's request to preclude the media from showing the face of a testifying witness, one of the witnesses. I'm assuming you don't really have a dog in that fight, Ms. Daybell? Or do you have a response?
I don't have a dog in the fight, but I haven't had a chance to read over. I just got a bunch of this stuff, so I'm not really sure what they're asking for.
Well, one of the witnesses also works in an undercover capacity, and showing that witness's face could compromise other investigations or things that that witness is doing. So it's a request to not broadcast his face through the media out into the public.
And is this witness FBI or something to that effect?
It's Nicholas Balance. I think he is an FBI agent.
Correct, he is an FBI agent.
And he's a relevant witness because of why?
According to
That
the
pissed me off.
state's notice, he created a PowerPoint regarding some of the Wi-Fi or cellular data
Cellular and
location.
Wi-Fi use, yes.
I have no real objection to him being obscured. I don't know how they'll do it, but.
All right, so I'll direct the media during trial when witness Nicholas Balance is called to testify. They
Joe, I gotta know who's in the left.
broadcast his face out. They
I said I put the link in chat.
focus the lower part of the
Yeah,
witness
buddy.
stand or something like that, but his likeness or image or face should not be broadcast out to the public. So I'm essentially granting the state's request in that regard. Next, we have state's amended request for Rule 609 hearing and the defendant's response. When I read the amended request, you're simply adding the most recent conviction, correct?
Correct, yeah.
You didn't really respond to that in your reply. You kind of just.
Do you need me
talked
to
about
email it to you, Joe?
previous
Or
reply that you had made about.
it's in the chat too.
Did you notice that she had asked to basically add your most recent conviction?
I saw that, but I didn't know what the law was since I wasn't sentenced for that yet. So I wasn't quite sure where to go on that, so I left it off.
Okay, with the 609, I think similar to
Okay,
the last
show
trial,
her.
I'll put that off.
I'm up.
Hey, who's to the left? We gotta know.
So if it's kind of over her left shoulder, like
Right over-
her 7 o'clock, that's her advisory council.
I was thinking it was.
She made
Yeah.
she made Pam and Mr. Abernathy, I forget his first name, sit back there in folding chairs back in the corner. And she
But yes-
let her investigator sit there up at her with the defense table. And Judge Boreski said later in the thing when she was like, "You haven't granted a single one of my motions." He said, "I've been very accommodating." He said, "I've been over accommodating, and I let your investigator in here today, and he wasn't supposed to even be allowed in here." So, yeah.
Right.
I mean, he let him sit in there in a prior pre-trial hearing in the same courtroom, but they had to ask permission first if he could come up and sit at the table. And
Yeah,
the judge said,
I
yeah.
remember
But
that.
today they didn't ask. He just came right up and sat right down next to her.
She's getting very ballsy, ain't she?
She is.
She got the balls to go with those chains right there. I'm just speaking. Oh, she is fâchée today. Fâchée.
Mm-hmm.
In the foyer. I'm kidding. I had to dig it. Oh my God. So her advisory council, which one? To
Pam
the left?
Hicks.
Pam. Oh, I roll. Yeah.
Right. I don't think they wanted to be on camera anyway, so they were probably okay with that.
Oh yeah.
They are literally sitting right underneath the camera because the camera is in the corner on our side of the wall, and they're sitting down on the other side of the wall in the corner.
He's kind of weird dude. I mean, but whatever.
He had that last time, and people are like, he's got bedhead. And I'm like, no, he does his hair intentionally that way. It's some kind of a look for him. Yeah.
Love you too. Okay, so what stood out to you? Did it get intense in there? Like, or did y'all giggle when she was freaking out?
Oh, no. Well, most of the people in there today were media and social media. So we're all like furiously scribbling, trying to keep up with this back and forth between her and Judge Boreski. And I couldn't keep up. But there was definitely heightened tension in the room. Definitely.
Carla says, I want to file a motion. Can Joe Schmo take a huge plastic hammer with him for hammer time? Right? Except you can touch it. Just that one time. And so I haven't been able to seem to find when she throws her pencil down.
Oh, I didn't see that because I'm way off on the right side in the front row on the far right. So I can't see a lot of what she's doing because her investigator is right there in the way. I didn't know his big old head would be sitting between me and her.
Yeah, it's a pretty big one. There she went with her glasses, and there was a show I used to watch, CSI or something, and he would do the slow glasses removal, dramatic.
Oh, yeah, she's definitely looking at her advisory council right there. I don't know which one from the angle. It's hard to tell.
Oh.
At the end of it, she did confer with Pam Hicks for a few minutes before she got hauled off back to Maricopa County Jail.
Oh, Maricopa. Okay, I got it really slow. Where's your glasses at, lady? Oh, they're still on her face, or no, I think it's before that. Yeah, there you go. There we go. She is so. Oh, I wish you'd have poked herself in the eye with that damn pencil. That'd have been awesome. And then when she asked him to recuse himself, I was like, bitch, straight up, like, what?
Yeah,
she didn't ask him that either.
No, and so I sat in the courtroom. I got there just a little bit before 8:00 because I had no idea how crowded it was going to be. Who all wants to come to the trial? Yes, I could hear her just fine, Beach Bum. I could hear her just fine. It was the court camera, the Fox 10 camera, and the court TV tech guy. So Court TV and Fox 10 teamed up for it. Fox 10 had the camera and the cameraman, and Court TV came in. They set up the broadcasting thing.
Okay.
But they had audio issues. They had really bad audio issues. They couldn't get the right cable hooked up. Yeah.
Kind of like how Rachel sounds in a lot of the audio from Idaho. She like eats the damn microphone.
Yeah. But what stood out to me was the very first exchange that they had, the heated back and forth, the very first one. I think she started to get under Judge Boreski's skin because she raised her voice, he raised his voice, she raised her voice more. And then all of a sudden he's like, all right, I'm not doing this. And the rest of the hearing, he's like, are you done? Are you done? I'm not granting your motion. Are you done? But there was that one exchange, that very first one, where he almost like gave in to that. And he let his voice get raised.
Wow.
For the only time. So I was going to say, so I got there at 8:00. I watched there were like 8 or 9 cases on the docket before hers came up, before her hearing came up. And I watched all of those starting at 8:30. So from 8:30 to 10, he is super calm. Like he's the same guy for every single case.
Yeah.
Like he's pensive, he's calm, he's knowledgeable about the law. Like he explains all of the defendant's rights to them. I mean, he knows them
stable.
very, very well. He can
Yeah.
cite them by memory. Like there was one of the cases, and only one was a plea agreement. And he's like, you realize with pleading this, and he read from memory like the 7 pages of things that you're surrendering your right to as a defendant that pleads, that accepts a plea agreement, and just like from memory. And I thought, well, he's reading it off his monitor, but no, he's looking to the left, he's looking to the right, he's looking at the defendant.
That's cool.
It was cool watching him work, and they were all felony cases that were either setting the initial court. It wasn't any initial court appearances. It was either setting a trial management conference or the final trial management conference for like every single one of them. Very similar cases. Obviously none of them was for murder, but there was one that had 3 victims show up.
Oh, he's efficient.
He is. Oh yeah, he is.
Super.
Yes.
It peeved her. It looked like it peeved her whenever he said that he could seat a jury by the end of that day or something like that. It was, she did not like that.
Well, we did it the first time, girl.
I know. I don't know why. It's like she's doubting that, because that's what she does. He's highly efficient. He's perfect for this. I swear.
Yeah, I have to go back and I have to watch that part where she got under his skin, just like that very first exchange between them. And I think I've got it in my notes. Well, I tweeted it out right after that, but my tweets were a little delayed, so you might not.
Donna read some of them. I mean, she was reading them too, but I don't know. Like, I mean, like right there when she was like, and how is he relevant? And I'm like, how are you relevant? It's so aggravating, her condescending attitude and tone. And she's so rude. And then like whenever the reporter had mentioned this, the second, after the post-conviction interview, and she said, the reporter said something like, Judge Bresky, he was real patient with you. And she was like, oh, was he? Like she didn't get it,
Yeah. The very first indicator that I had that things were going to go off the rails was when they got to the third item on the agenda, was the state's motion to not show a witness's face. And she's like, well, I just got this, but I'm not sure, if I'm going to object to it, but who is he? Is he like with the FBI or something? Yeah, and I'm like, lady,
yeah, how's it relevant? Is what she asked. I was like, what?
Well, plus we're 2 weeks from trial and you don't know who one of the state's witnesses is. Like you haven't had your investigator interview them or anything.
Trial. Yeah, he testified in, I want to say, both trials.
And then she goes, yeah, well, I guess I probably don't have an objection to it, but I don't know how they're going to accomplish that. Are they like going to blur his face or something?
Yeah, like don't worry about it.
Exactly. She was all over the place today. She used her little baby girl face, or baby girl voice a couple of times.
Here we are. Like, I don't know. Oh shit! What the hell did I do that for? Don't you hate that?
For the record, I believe.
Oh my gosh, that's so loud. I'm so sorry. I don't have.
Going all the way back to the beginning.
Well, I mean, it was right there. It is okay. Yeah, I had it super loud because it was so hard to hear.
I use, yes.
I mean, on my end.
According to the state's notice, he created a PowerPoint regarding some of the Wi-Fi or cellular data
Cellular
location.
and Wi-Fi use, yes.
I need to go back some, I think.
I have no real objection to him being obscured. I don't know how they'll do it, but.
All right, so I'll direct the media during trial when witness Nicholas Balance is called to testify. They can't broadcast his face out. They can focus the.
And it's a good looking face, by the way. I mean, I'm just saying. Yeah.
Lower part of the witness stand or something like that, but his likeness or image or face should not be broadcast out to the public. So I'm essentially granting the state's request in that regard. Next, we have state's amended request for Rule 609 hearing and the defendant's response. When I read the amended,
So what is that 609 thing?
I have no idea. No clue.
Oh, okay. Let me play. Hold on.
correct,
But yeah.
you didn't really respond to that in your
Oh, that's right.
reply. You kind of just talked about the previous reply that you had made about, did you notice that she had asked
the
to
prior
make-
bad acts. That's the prior bad acts.
Okay, but
It's a
we
legal
haven't
motion
got-
to ask the court to determine whether evidence of a witness's past criminal convictions can be used to impeach their credibility during a trial.
Okay. So do you know why the state took theirs back?
I had no idea. Nope. Not unless they're begging her to get up on the stand and testify.
I ran it through my chat GPT, you know, I'm like, what could this imply? But I don't have it pulled up. So
They're like,
story of my life.
we're gonna give her some rope right now. We're gonna give her a little rope.
Okay, I'm down.
basically add your most recent conviction?
I saw that, but I didn't know what the law was since I wasn't sentenced for that yet. So I wasn't quite sure where to go on that. So I left it off.
Okay, with the 609, I think similar to the last trial, I'll put that off. And depending on if you testify or not, it only really becomes relevant if you decide to testify. So we'll table that for the time being. Next, I have the state's motion limiting to preclude inadmissible evidence relating to Tammy Latchik, who is a evidence scene technician type person from the, I think it's city of Chandler. Did
Gilbert.
you, or sorry, Gilbert, did you have a chance to review that?
I just got it and I am in the middle of responding to that. But I do have a request in that regard
Which is?
from the state, since it was, just given to us, and I'm sure that the state had that information clearly before now. We need additional information, and due to that late disclosure, I was going to ask the state if they could disclose to us the employment records of Tammy and the emails regarding this incident and any recordings or body cam videos, so that we don't have to have my investigator try to do an investigation so quickly. If they have that information, if it could be turned over to the defense so that we don't have to try to gather that information so quickly.
Well, I don't
Get my butt off.
think you're necessarily entitled to all those things if it's deemed.
Okay, I don't want to just play it. I want you to talk. And I'm back. I was choking so bad as I couldn't stop.
Yeah. The Tammy Latchik thing. She says we need additional information. This is what she's talking about right here. We need the employment records. We need body cam. We need emails. And the judge is like, well, I'm not sure that's all relevant to the state's case. And so I'm kind of wondering, though, how do you determine in that case as a defendant what the witness will be testifying to at trial? Right? Like, how do you figure out what of that information might actually be relevant? There's got to be a process. If you're not a lawyer, you're not familiar with that process.
And it had a lot to do with, I mean, just going on the report, right? It had a lot to do with the DNA and the gunpowder residue stuff.
Right. But she doesn't know any of that because she hasn't, I don't know, maybe she has Google, or does she have Google on her tablet?
Does she not have the report?
I don't know. I assume that she would. I assume that would be in discovery somewhere in that 28 gigabytes of data.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
That's a whole lot. She is so extra. I mean,
photographs take up a lot of room, though. Like, they take up a lot of memory.
Mhm.
So I assume there's a lot of photographs in discovery. Oh, that was with Charles's case, though. I don't know how big discovery was in this case.
well, I mean, this just from the report, Charles's, it was 1,108 pages, and this one, I mean, I'm sure there's others, but this one was 304. And I'm sure there's
Oh,
more.
right. Boy, this
But they both kind of
this cameraman has a foot fetish.
My mom told me a long time ago when they first did it in Hawaii, the cameraman told my mom that he did that on purpose. She had her blue toenail polish on. And so ever since then, it's always been on her feet. But then when Colby interviewed with Nate said they do it to kind of mark, like they pick focal points or whatever. I forget what he called it, but I thought that was just Nate being nice.
Yeah, I think this guy does just a little bit too much zooming and panning. Like he's
he does
a little
it fast
too.
too.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I think he could slow down
I
a little
like
bit.
seeing her. I like seeing her chains. I'm here for it. Like that's like the thing. It's the signature, and we got to do it now because I mean, hell, we're on the last trial. We might as well finish it up. And it's good to see, if her feet are shaking, if you know what I'm saying, like just to kind of get a read on her.
Yeah,
even more than she's shaking right now from her chair. She's all teed up.
Non-party.
Her girlfriend must have broke up with her.
Oh no, you didn't.
I did. No, she didn't.
Does this cameraman ever pan to the right and show Trina and the guy sitting next to her?
Barely.
At the prosecutor's table.
And Trina is always doing the weird hand things. I'm like, what is
yeah,
she doing?
is. She is. She's like wringing her hands or clasping her hands or praying with her hands. But the dude sitting next to her was with the sheriff's office, was with the Maricopa Sheriff's Office. And this was because there were a couple of things that had to do with her motion for no restraints. So he was there to weigh in on that. He didn't really need to because the judge just basically said, "You're wearing the rack belt." And she's like, "Well, and he even said, you had a piece of it hanging out the back. We'd let you go take a break to go fix that so the jury couldn't see it." And she's like, "Well, did you poll the jury to ask them if that influenced them at all?" And judge is like, "No, nobody requested anybody to poll the jury." So that's kind of on the defendant or the defendant's lawyer, or if they're one and the same task that. But the second thing he did weigh in on, second thing was her motion to meet with her team, quote unquote team, during breaks. She complained that she didn't get to in the first trial, and he said, "Well, actually, you did get to during the afternoon breaks, as long as it didn't disrupt the timing of the jury going in and coming back, or going out and coming back." He said we could possibly do it over lunch breaks too for the second trial, as long as it doesn't interfere with the schedule. And the sheriff's office representative guy said, "We don't have a problem with that." So it looks like she's going to meet with them, but it's going to be like in a back room back in the South Tower.
That's where she belongs, in the back room with the bring some knee pads. But here's
the thing then. Here's the thing. Her advisory council and her team, her paralegal, are going to have to make special lunch accommodations to eat lunch in whatever room they meet with her at.
It's a punishment for them.
Yes, it is. They don't get a regular lunch break. Yeah.
They went to school for this shit. They pay loans. Okay. And like, here she is. I want this. And so it must be, I mean, it's just like, what? She's very demanding for a criminal times 50. I mean,
yeah.
Hey.
I feel for Pam Hicks. I really do. Like I was kind of judgy on her from like the December hearings.
Yeah.
Up until the time when Lori was appointed to represent herself, and then all of a sudden their roles changed and the way that Lori treated her changed.
Yeah, she went dark. Pam did.
You know what? I mean, she still consults with her on a regular basis. But she didn't for large portions of the trial. Like she was completely ignored, and she just like when she comes into court every day that I see her come into court, she's just like, "Oh, here we go again." Like Trina K comes in all happy and boppy and chipper and talking with people and stuff, and poor Pam Hicks just comes in like, "God, I got to do this again."
just another manic Monday.
Right. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
Um,
gotta suck because she did kind of get roped into that because Lori's like gonna represent herself, and then he's like, "Rah." Hold on, you'll still be, what do you call that?
advisory council,
Yes, thank you.
which means they still have to show up to every single day of court, every day.
Yeah,
They have to show up and they have to give advisory counsel
that
if she
really
asks
sucks.
for it. And then they just
Plus,
have to
where's the
sit there.
paralegal? Isn't that her girl?
She wasn't
Like,
she wasn't there today.
huh?
She is her girl during the trial. Like, she was there by her left side every single day. There were a couple of days when she missed a half a day, but she was there like 90% of the time.
Huh. I really enjoyed this hearing today. I'm sorry, I gotta choke again. So sorry. I had to
You're right.
cough. I was just trying to make it to the mute button fast enough.
Then they get
What's
into
the
the
15.2 thing? Yeah.
Oh, the 15.2. Dang it. I don't have any of my motions pulled up right now.
Hold on, let
Let me see
me,
if I open that folder and Lori Vallow Daybell, search for 15.2. Oh boy. Let's sort by reverse. Supplemental notice of disclosure of
that by ear.
defendants, supplemental witnesses. I think that's defendants, supplemental witnesses. So that's okay. So those are her expert witnesses.
And
So, or
Zalinda?
all of her witnesses. We haven't seen supplemental notice of disclosure. So, okay, those are the 2021 case. Those are all 2021. Oh, so we haven't seen her motion yet because it was just released. She just got it in the nick of time. She had to submit it by today, but she didn't submit it with any expert reports of any kind to give to the state. And she's supposed to do that like 30 days in advance.
She was too busy, asking for interviews, living her best life, saying, has zero effect on me. Has zero effect on me. Whatever the hell she said. Whatever it was pretty offensive if I were a judge. And hadn't been, hadn't sentenced her yet. I'd be like, oh,
Right.
It has zero effect on you?
I'm checking the case real quick, the docket, see if anything's been uploaded.
Different expert witnesses request.
We do have minute entry. Okay. We have another proper notice by mail. Wonder if this is 15.2. Oh, their website has been so slow. It's been timing me out like every single day. All right, we'll keep watching this while I try and get that document loaded. It took like 2 hours to get the one that I shared, the handwritten one. Yeah. This is.
Oh, go ahead.
This is the motion for no restraints in trial. This is not the witness list.
Zap on. I call her Rack City Bitch. Rack City Bitch. Rack City Bitch. Yeah, it's a song. Anyway,
yeah.
But that's what it reminds me of, the rack belt. Rack them up. You rack them, we crack them. So, the Crusher and Joe, what do you think Melanie Gibb is thinking? I know, knowing Lori Daybell has her on her witness list. She's like, I'm dark again.
Well, here's what I think is the judge said, have these witnesses been subpoenaed? And she goes, well, the subpoenas are out. In other words, no.
Right.
Her investigator is the dude that serves subpoenas or is responsible for making sure that subpoenas are served.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So, hey,
And
Jeff.
Yeah, exactly. He's sitting right there.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what his face looks like when the judge asks that.
Yeah, that's a good. Hold on, let me move that. And I wish I had a transcript so I could go straight to things. Maybe. Oh, yay!
It
appeared. Probably because I popped off of it and popped back on. All right, let me see. Control F. And let me narrow it down. 15.2. Right.
Or Melanie Gibb. Control F, Melanie Gibb.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Much better. Okay, hold on. Let me just kind of back it up here.
So the state did receive the affidavit from Lonnie explaining the things, which is why they turned over late discovery in the middle of trial. So we did have that. He's working on a few things for us as well now, and I will get with him as soon as possible and get that report to you as soon as possible.
All right, well, it's depending on what's in that report, it is likely to be precluded at this point, but I'll keep an open mind on that, and I guess we'll wait and see. Let's talk about, for the purposes of scheduling.
Your Honor, and just there's one other person that I'm Googled.
I'm going to ask her about the other witnesses. I received your supplemental witness list, I think yesterday. You have, in addition to Mr. Dorkin, you have Weaver, Barkman, again, Detective Moffitt, Jeffrey White, Melanie Gibb, and Zulema Pastanas.
Zulema Pastanas.
Okay.
My brother's wife. Pastanas. Alex Pastanas.
Was Detective Moffitt also involved in this case?
Mm-mm.
He was involved with the case agent of this case while he was the case agent of the other case, correct?
Okay. So he may or may not have, he may have relevant information. Again, I guess that's a wait and see. What about, who's Weaver Barkman?
So he's a ballistics expert.
Is that an expert? So that's an expert. Do you have an expert report that's been disclosed?
Not yet, Your Honor. We're working on it.
Oh,
Your
all
Honor,
of a
since
sudden
I've
she
not
gets all
noticed a ballistics expert,
Right.
that's a big problem. Because
she gets
if
all
I,
meek and mild.
Yeah,
Not yet,
no,
Your
Your
Honor.
Honor. She is deplorable.
Your Honor, since I've not noticed a ballistics expert, that's a big problem. Because if I get something, then I would have to do that. So the
Ooh.
defendant's, again, extremely late violation of all rules of criminal procedure
Right.
is a problem.
It is a problem. Who's Jeffrey White?
Damn it, I don't
My
know.
investigator.
Oh, okay. And do you have an idea of in what capacity you
guy.
think he would be called?
Well, we had made a request from the state for the car door and the window that the bullet supposedly hit, and we
Well,
were going to have him
talking
inspect
about?
that as well. We
Do it.
You
were laughing.
She's telling what the new guy, Weaver Berkman, is going to testify about, not what Jeff White's going to testify about. So he asked
I
her about
know.
Jeff White. She's
It was
answering
very
about.
confusing. Yeah. It was confusing. And he was like, I was talking about Jeff White. And she was like, oh.
Beach Bum, no, this is not going to be the courtroom. We're going back to the other one. I found that out
Oh,
today.
good. Yay. All right. Even
They
though I
will
like
have.
the lighting here. I do. I mean, it's better. It's better, you know. But okay.
have recently found out that those two things do not exist. So I'm not sure what they're going to be putting up as far as ballistics in their case in chief. So I was trying to have someone who could be able to look at whatever reports they're trying to put up and rebut anything that they're saying.
Is Mr. White an expert in that area?
Mr. Weaver?
No. Hooker.
No, I said Jeffrey White.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for, why might he be called as into trial?
Why are
Because he's interviewing the witness.
What? What about that? Don't you understand? Like, she's sitting there, and I can't figure out if she's trying to process legal and logical and analytical information that she's not able to process, or if she's trying to come up with a story and a reason and a relevancy, like in the moment. And she just
Oh.
excluded him before and now she's trying to come up with the relevancy, or is she really trying to understand what the judge is asking her? Because there was a nice long pause there, and now
We
she
need
kind of
front camera
stutters a little
show.
bit.
I mean, just tell me where to go. I'll order them. I just don't know where to order the front cameras from. Cause I need them.
No, I said Jeffrey White.
Yeah.
He's my investigator.
Right, that's who I was asking, who has relevant information. What's Mr. White's relevant information for, why might he be called as into trial?
Because he's interviewing the witnesses as well, the defense witnesses.
So is it some sort of extrinsic impeachment if they?
Correct.
What about Melanie Gibb?
So Melanie Gibb and Zelina Pacinas were both initially noticed in the state's 15.1.
Show us Jeff. Show us Jeff. Show us Jeff. Show us Jeff. While she says this, I want to see his
them
face.
again. I don't know if they can still call them if they're on their list, but
Have you,
they have relevant information to this case.
have they been presented for an interview by the state?
They've both been interviewed multiple times by the state.
I mean,
I think it'll back out.
not by police officers, I mean by either a prosecutor or someone in her office in preparation for trial.
In this case,
Yeah.
No,
In
they
either
are.
case,
not that I'm aware of.
have they been subpoenaed?
The subpoenas are out.
We went
What
through all that
relevant
for nothing.
information would they
Yeah.
have?
Thanks, camera guy.
They have relevant
Right.
information to Brandon Boudreaux
Okay.
and around that
What
time.
is the nature of that relevant information?
Oh, hot pissy pants.
It will come apparent if they have to get up and testify, Your Honor. I will only call them if I need
Well, they're going to
them.
be precluded if you can't give me some minimal, what relevant
This is-
information they have. Just saying that they're relevant doesn't make them
This is where she
relevant.
starts getting under his skin.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, and is this procedure that I have to say what each of my witnesses are relevant ahead of time and give my whole case in chief over to the state? It is?
Yeah. it's
That's
just
how
like-
it works?
like
That's
this-
the rules of law?
Stop interrupting me. Yes, that is the rule of law. That's just what the state does. They tell you what relevant information each witness has. So my answer is yes. So if you can't tell me what relevant information they have, they'll be precluded.
Mm-hmm.
They both have had dealings with Brandon Boudreaux and Alex Cox. So
Okay, so does someone, that was a server for
raise his
them at a
voice right there?
restaurant. It doesn't make
Yep.
them have relevant information as to this case. Anyone who came into contact with Mr. Boudreaux or Mr. Cox had some interaction with them at some point in their lifetime does not make them a relevant witness. So what is their relevance?
the state had them on their witness list and they're saying they're not.
Apparently not. Are you
I
calling
wanted
them?
to crack
No,
up there.
they're not
Right.
on my.
Police interview
But she's like,
however many people they interview because they're working on the case. They don't know who has relevant information, who doesn't have relevant information. All the people that they interview don't end up being relevant. So because they're listed in a police report somewhere, doesn't necessarily make them relevant.
Okay, their relevance lies in if I have to rebut something that the state puts on in their case in chief. They're just
Right.
called in case they need them. They're subpoenaed in case I need them.
All right. It
Why
sounds
not?
like they don't have relevant information. However,
Wow.
I'll include these names on the potential witness list for screening the jurors if the jurors have any knowledge of any of these witnesses out of an abundance of caution.
okay.
That's really the purposes for today is the questionnaire that goes out to the jurors.
Oh, yeah, just snowballs from here.
So I will include
Right.
these witnesses. Again, Mr. Dworkin, Mr. Barkman, if they're expert witnesses that haven't provided any sort of report or expert witness testimony, they're likely to be precluded as witnesses.
Man, I need
But I'll
to-
include them on the witness list. I think what I'm hearing is you said you might finish on the 9th or the 10th? I'm
did
going to
what on the
indicate
9th?
on the questionnaire to the jurors, potential jurors, that the trial is likely to end by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday,
Friday
the
the 13th.
23rd as
Oh
a,
my
and
gosh.
kind of say, if needed
Gosh.
or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution.
Friday the 13th. I
Oh,
don't think
Friday
we'll
the
get to
13th.
Friday.
So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much.
Okay, I'm sorry.
might go to June.
Oh, shit. I had to go get him something to drink. So Friday the 13th
Is the
June
last day that this is going to go, because I think all of her witnesses are going to be precluded. It's going to be the same thing as the first trial. She's not going to have any evidence. She's not going to have any witnesses. And so Trina said, so even with skipping Thursday and Friday of that first week of June, Trina said she's going to be done by the 29th. So she has, and actually she'd be done by the end of that first week of June, except she has those 3 witnesses, the FBI guy, the DEA guy, and somebody else that can't be there that week. So they're going to have to come in on the following Monday, June 9th, and she's probably going to be wrapping up her case on June 9th. Because I mean,
June
how
9th is when they found her 2 children on her husband's in her husband's backyard.
No, oh my.
I mean, June 9th is, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, we're in the 6th year of this, so
Yeah. So we won't have closing arguments on the 9th. We'll have closing arguments. Well, we'll probably start with the way we started the last day of closing arguments last time, where the defense rests with no witnesses and no evidence. And then they go to closing arguments and the state gets last closing argument. Maybe we'll get the jury back same day. Let's cross our fingers it'll be same day.
Mohawk Mom says Trina has out-of-state witnesses. And then Rombo says Friday the 13th was the day that, I don't know how to say it, Jock or Jackus, I don't know.
Jacques Demolay.
Demolay, Grandmaster of the Templars, got burned at the stake or on the stake.
Which Friday the 13th? What year? Come on, if you're going to throw that stuff out there, you got to give me details.
Rombo's a whiz. I know. Where is she at, is what I'm saying. It has always been lacking a lot. Sorry.
Yeah. No. Yep.
Where is she? Why are we not? Are we just forgetting? Like, are we just omitting her? That seems to be the theme of all of this, is that she's just getting overlooked. Like, oh, if she's quiet enough.
Yeah, there has to be some conspiracy that she's involved of as a part of that too. Like,
absolutely,
Lori didn't just go off to the side by herself with Alex and be like, okay, Melanie's having these problems with Brandon. Brandon turned dark. We need to get rid of him. Just between her and Alex, no, Alex isn't smart enough, for one. I mean,
you got Charles that was texting Lori and going off on her, saying that she's a destroyer of families, Mel and Brand too. I mean, I listened to Brandon's testimony from her trial yesterday, and I mean, yes, you can't have one without the other. They go hand in hand.
Yep.
And I don't understand how this is going on. Rombo says 1307.
Nice.
Oh, it was awesome, Trace. You missed the best one, but you can catch it so many times. We went over it so many times already.
Oh, Trace, have you not
Trace
been listening?
asks, I'll let you tell her.
I know she's got stuff going on, so I understand. But this was
she's asking, are we getting the big courtroom?
Right.
And what?
I'll answer that. I'll answer
That's
that.
what I'm saying.
I'm going to say you should have been there today with me. It was, it was Lori showing us who Lori really is. Like, for me personally, I haven't seen that full side of her like I did today, and how many days of pretrial hearings and the trial itself and jury selection. She's had multiple opportunities to be like this, and she's kind of like showed glimpses of it. But today is just like, I'm not getting my way, and I got something to say about it.
Yeah, she's having some of those, earmuffs. She's having some of them young girl periods. The ones the younger ones that they were all raving about. They're like, oh yeah. And so, yeah, either that or her and her girlfriend just broke up and she's pretty pissy. Somebody pissed in her post-otis this morning is all I'm saying.
Yes,
So,
Trace,
but are you gonna tell her?
we are getting the big courtroom. So remember that gal that works with the prosecutor's office that was like the family liaison, Trace, really sweet gal. She was there and she sat next to me today. And at the end of it, I was like, Judge Boreski didn't address what courtroom we were going to be in. Like, he didn't mention it. And she looked at me and she's like, you know, you're right. So she goes up to Trina and asks Trina where we're going to be. And Trina says, yeah, we're going to be back in the same one. It may change. Like if there's a trial that's going on in that courtroom and it gets extended before Lori's starts, then we may have to pick one of the other ones, but they're definitely aware that we need to be getting a big courtroom for this one. So we are. Jury selection should be in there, but not the 1 p.m. on the 29th. So they put out the questionnaires on the 22nd. They tell everybody that they send them out that they're going to come back on the 27th. And then on the 29th, the defense and the prosecution sit down and go over the questionnaires and strike the people that have heard of the case before and strike the people that have hardships. And then the next day, the 30th, is when they actually call them in person like they did last time. They sent out 200 questionnaires before, and they had 55 people show up. And this time they're sending out 300 questionnaires. So it'll be interesting to see how many people show up from a 300 questionnaire send out. And they're electronically sent out. So do they have the emails of all the eligible jurors, I wonder, like to be able to send them out electronically?
Carl. We're gonna have another Carl.
Oh my gosh. Well, she actually mentioned juror misconduct today.
And then she said alleged. She said juror misconduct, alleged juror. She corrected herself.
No, that's your word. She can't do that.
Well, she actually used it. I was surprised. I don't want to. Can people sue her?
Well, they can, but they're not going to get anything.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, they're like, because God.
So there are laws that prevent her from making any money off of these cases where she's found guilty, right? Like if she wrote a book, and it made $1 million, that's got to go to like the victims or somebody, right?
You know that Utah is like the fraud capital of the world, right? You know why?
Oh, fraud. Okay.
They find the loopholes. So that's what I'd be looking for.
I thought you said the broad capital of the world. And I'm like,
well,
inappropriate.
I'm just saying, like, that's what they do is they find loopholes. That's where we get soaking. That's where we get the polygamy thing. That's where we get all the things, basically.
That's where we get young adults who want to do the
Provo push.
Yeah, and so they go to Vegas and they'll do like a quickie wedding and they'll do their thing and then they'll get an annulment.
Then
so they're not.
That's so wild. Can you imagine? And I'm not judging if anybody's done it. Okay, I'm not. But can you imagine like going? Oh man,
that's it. But that's what you get when you have a legalistic religion that focuses on your actions and tells you all of the things that you're not allowed to do. Is you get people that invest in finding loopholes in all of those things.
And then exactly. And oh my God, there's so many times this is exhibited throughout this case with these two morons. Okay. It's a problem. And that's how they think, it's like they're just programmed to think that way. These are, at least in my opinion, they just find other ways to go about it instead of Chad and Lori just being like, hey, yeah, let's just leave our spouses. They're like, no, ha ha ha, and they're like doing all the things and checking all the boxes on their way out.
They're finding those loopholes. They're finding those loopholes. Oh, they're dark. Oh, they're dark. Yeah, they're dark. Okay, well then it's okay. It's okay to unalive them because now they're dark.
Because they're zombies. So it's not shedding innocent blood. So it's justified. Ooh. And then all I'm telling you, that's all this is. It's just nothing but justifying. Just like we want to be a 501c or, we want to have tax exemption. but we want to collect all kinds of money and not ever pay taxes and not ever reveal it to anybody, because they can't know our wealth, because then they'll tell us how to spend it. That's what they said.
Right.
But they don't want to pay taxes. They want the tax break, but they don't want to pay the taxes. Very strange. Nothing but loopholes. And as long as the Bible is translated correctly. Okay.
Yeah, a loophole. Yes, exactly.
Yep. Everywhere.
Another loophole.
Everywhere.
It's the loophole religion. Like, I think that's a thing that we should expound upon.
Yeah. I think that's a good idea. I mean, it's true. I'm gonna have to. I'm gonna sit.
Who's taking notes for all these ideas? This is like a brainstorming session. Somebody needs to be taking notes.
That's all I do is take notes, and then I forget where I put them.
Oh my gosh! This morning when I went to go to court, I have 2 Lori notebooks, and I could not find either one. So I had to grab my notebook. I had to grab my notebook from Delphi, and I'm like, "There's no way I'm going to remember where I wrote these notes."
Oh no! Did you get my text? Because I've figured, at least my guess at who the DEA witness would be.
Oh yeah,
is because of the traffic cameras they have for drug trafficking.
Are those checked by the DEA? Like, is the DEA take those?
They are DEA cameras.
Okay.
It dawned on me, and I was like, I think that's what that might be. That's my guess.
Sense. Yeah, my son was working in Arizona for the last few years, and he and a work buddy of his had to go to New Mexico for a job, and they were driving a company truck. Well, they stopped at a gas station, and while they were at the gas station, somebody in a stolen vehicle switched plates with them. So they get to New Mexico and they cross under one of those cameras, and it alerts the New Mexico Highway Patrol or whatever they call it in New Mexico. And they get pulled out on a full felony stop at gunpoint, down on your knees, handcuffed, all of that stuff. And
I would die.
Yeah.
That's freaky.
It was. He was really freaked out. Like having a gun pointed at you by a police officer, well, by anybody. But I mean, they're like, what did we do? What are we doing? Why are we getting pulled over at gunpoint, taken out of the car at gunpoint? Yeah.
Mm-mm.
I don't know if he's over that yet. Yeah.
I think so, but I think it's the government for the restitution. And so that means that pretty much, and so I don't know if it applies to her in Arizona while she's in Arizona, because she was sentenced that in Idaho. So I don't know what, because like who they will like take it out of whatever, if people put their commissary, if people give them money for commissary or whatever, put money on their books, then it'll come out of that and pays back the restitution. They will, what do you call that when you take somebody's paycheck? Kind of, oh my God, there's a word.
Garnishing.
Yes, that. Yep. She is on loan from Idaho. Oh, Mom says.
Idaho has first dibs on that book deal that nobody's going to buy. Well, unless if it was like a confession book where she confesses to everything, then I might think about it. But if not, if it's like an OJ, what if I did it type of thing. Remember that?
I didn't read it. I didn't. I was 14 when all that happened. I mean, when all the.
So after he got found not guilty, he wrote a little short book called "What If I Did It," and describing in detail. Actually, it was quite a bit after that. It was like 10 years after that, I think, that he wrote it. What if I did it?
Because they couldn't try him again, right?
Right. Yep. And he said, if I had done it, this is how it would have gone down, described in detail, like things that lined up with the murder scene that night. And I was into piracy at the time, so I downloaded a pirated copy of that. I didn't pay for it.
Oh, yeah.
Remember
used-
that
I mean-
piracy before the FBI
Oh,
got
yeah.
involved in piracy? Yeah.
We used to have the satellite cards. Allegedly,
yeah.
one day, hypothetically.
Allegedly.
hmm And
I
then
think the
we'd get
statute of
zapped. I'm
limitations
sorry.
is run out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm. Co-authoring. Yeah. That's what I'm worried about. Or not worried about, but you know, I could see Emma doing that for her dad.
Is she still supporting him? Like how much of his family is still supporting him?
I don't
Somebody
know.
asked me today if anybody was in court for Lori, and there was not a single person in court for Lori today. I mean, besides Jeff there. Jeff gets to sit down right next to her.
Wow. Again, I wonder why nobody from her family is being called except for Adam, right? And, okay, so last night, whenever I said something about Chad Daybell, and you were like, wait. And then I've not been able to find out what that is or what that means. As
Remind
far
me
as
again.
witness list or something. Hold on, I got the article pulled up. No, let's see. Go back. Okay, it was. Oh crap. Okay, it pushed me down to the bottom. I'm like, what? Okay, it said. I gotta find it. Oh, 7 witnesses are from Gilbert Police, including Ryan Pillar, who testified in the Idaho trials for Lori Daybell and her husband. Oh, and her husband, Chad Daybell, who was on death row. I read that so wrong last night. I was like thinking he was called as a witness. That's why I was like, what? And then you were like, wait, you're giving it away, or spoiler alert or something.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and I was so lost. Obviously, still till just now.
We got it figured out.
Yeah, I guess. Okay, so we have Ray Hermosillo will return to Arizona, this time as a witness. Prosecutors say Cox was instructed by Daybell to drive from Rexburg, Idaho to Gilbert, leading to the shooting at Boudreaux's home. According to police, he was a dark spirit in connections to her religious beliefs. Okay, I can hear the trash man. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. Yeah, so that I was so like stumped on that. I didn't read it properly, and then I thought I was giving it away, and I was like, wait, but my
Oh,
answer.
I was just giving you a hard time. I was giving you a hard time.
I was like, what? Well, still working. It's the gift that keeps on giving, bub.
It does. Yes, it does.
Mm-hmm. Well, any closing remarks?
We're not in the LDS church right now, right? I don't have to like bear my testimony.
Yes. No, you don't. Please don't. Please don't. Yeah, this is the one place we won't press you. Do you think she's going to testify? Like,
Nope.
She's going to be more okay.
She's going to do exactly what she did in the first trial. She's going to try and testify through her questioning, through her cross exam. She won't have any direct exam, so she won't have any witnesses, but she's going to try and testify in her opening statement. She's going to try and testify in her cross examination, but no, she won't testify on her own behalf. No way.
Beach bum. No way in Hades. Mm-hmm.
No way in that portal.
She's a portal.
Hmm.
Yep. She was pissy. Oh, yeah, she was so pissy right here. Oh, yeah, let's watch it. Let's listen.
State can file their response to those. All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of crucial evidence. So we'll make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everyone on the 29th. About you in that question. Are you just going to keep, okay, on the 9th or the 10th?
My favorite part. The evidence will show.
I'm going to indicate on the questionnaire to the jurors, potential jurors, that the trial is likely to end by June 13th, Friday, June 13th. However, I'll include that Monday, the 23rd, as a, and kind of say, if needed or if required, might go to June 23rd out of an abundance of caution. So I'll finalize that questionnaire. It's pretty much done, and it's pretty much the same as the last one, except for the names of the witnesses, the specific allegations, and then I removed the question about viewing medical examiner autopsy type photos because that's not needed in this case. But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it.
I didn't hear that right the first time.
Print out a copy so you have it before you
Okay,
leave
I'm
here
going
today.
there. So I have it muted.
That questionnaire, I'll send you guys out a copy because that's not needed in this case. But I'll send you guys out a copy. Actually, I could probably finish it in the next couple minutes and print out a copy so you have it before you leave here today. That questionnaire, I need to get with the jury office. I think we were talking about sending it out the 22nd and cutting it off the 28th or 27th. And then we'll meet again on the 29th in this courtroom to go over the responses. That'll be at 1 p.m. on the 29th.
Your Honor, in light of the juror misconduct or the alleged juror misconduct, I have to object to us having so much information go out about my personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, you
She
don't put
almost
that on
cracked
anyone
herself
else's
up there.
questionnaire or one
The
other
name of
person
the
that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with.
It's the name of the case.
She cracked it, but she cracked herself up there though. Like if the way she said that, the state versus Lori Daybell. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Personal information in that jury questionnaire. Do you not think that was a problem?
What personal information?
The state versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name
Lori Daybell.
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. You just don't do it.
I need that on repeat.
Then the people are just going to Google it. State versus Lori Daybell.
What's the name of the case?
Yeah, but you don't put that on anyone else's questionnaire or one other person that's ever had that questionnaire ever put out with their name on it. They just don't do it.
Do it in every trial I've done.
Then the people are just going to Google it, and then we're going to have the same exact problem we had getting a jury for that case. We're going to have the same exact problem.
Are you done? Are you just going to keep? Okay. How do we screen for if people have heard about you if we don't include your name?
Very carefully. Ooh, stare down. Nope.
Do you have a
I
response
love
to
that
that?
part.
I'm just saying, you give them the name, and they're just.
You gotta see his face. You saw
have a
it?
response to that?
He said,
I'm just saying, you.
Hello.
Do you have a response to that?
I'm just saying, you gave them the name, and they're just going to Google it.
They're
Is anybody
instructed
in
not
there?
to Google it. All right. And if you'll recall, when we had all the jurors come in person, one of the first questions I asked them in the afternoon was, who has looked
He's a
up
little
this
testy
case
in this one, too.
since
He
you
goes,
filled
if
out
you
the
recall.
questionnaire?
Oh,
We
yeah.
had 2 or 3 people raise their hand, and those people were excused. So I have to include your name to screen out for the people that know about your case. And we released about 100 jurors last time because of their answers to that. If we don't include your name, that's 100 extra jurors we have to go through in person and ask if they know you. And in fact, that increases the risk of tainting the rest of the jury pool. If we have someone stand up and say, yeah, I know about her case in Idaho where blah, 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 in front of the rest of the jurors, that'll burn the whole panel. We'll have to start over. So I'm going to include your name in the questionnaire. I don't think there was any other personal information or background information about you in that questionnaire other than your name.
Mm-hmm.
So was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No, Your Honor.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers.
Like, for real.
No, Your Honor.
Sorry, we're never gonna leave, but
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
I'm not eating my grapes.
Was there any other issues you had with the questionnaire?
No, Your Honor.
Oh, zap her ass.
So the schedule will be, we'll meet 1 p.m. to go over those answers on the 29th. On the 30th, we'll meet at 10. We'll have walk-in jurors that morning that will fill out the questionnaire. And then the people that survive are screening on the 29th, and those that survive the morning of the 30th will come in the afternoon of the 30th. This will be back in the courtroom we were in last time, 5D of the South Court Tower.
Except for one.
Again, I expect to seat that jury that some point that afternoon. And then we'll plan on going Monday through Thursday, June 2nd to June 5th. Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
She woke up on the wrong side of the cot.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd have to ask that you would
Oh, I hate
recuse
that.
yourself from the obvious
that.
personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal
Your
bias
Honor?
is that?
You're a master manipulator. What?
Your Honor, like she had kind of said that 3 or 4 times earlier in that way, and she's not using the same little girl voice that she did in all of the other hearings. Like before, it was always Your Honor. This is
No, they're
Your
calling her
Honor.
deep throat in the chat. She went from baby Bob
Yes.
or whatever, baby voice
And,
to
and
deep throat.
in live and in the courtroom, that got on my nerves instantly. I was like, oh God, she's going to ask for something unreasonable. I just know it. I don't even have any daughters, and I knew what she was going to ask, or that she was going to ask something unreasonable.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the way she placed her glasses down, that was defiant.
Well, and
It's like
kind of
she looked
rehearsed.
at them and then just put them down.
And a little rehearsed. She knew she was going to ask him to recuse himself, and she had probably like played this out in her mind a couple of ways and like rehearsed the speech in her head. So here she goes. She's starting her speech, Your Honor. So that's like the beginning of a speech, right? You start a speech out like that, you have it rehearsed. And then when he doesn't follow her script is when she starts to go off the rails.
Yes, that's perfect.
Then June 9th to June 13th, and if need be, June 23rd.
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'd have to ask that you would recuse yourself from the obvious personal bias that you have against me and send us to master calendar for this scheduling of a trial.
And what personal bias is that?
A lot, obviously, the personal bias that you're showing right now and that you've shown on the FTR several times during the trial.
Okay, well, I don't have any personal bias. All right. I've over accommodated you on when you have to disclose things. In fact, your expert should be summarily precluded today, and I haven't done that. All right. So
You denied every single one of my motions since for a year and a half that I've been here. Every single one of my motions has been denied. And have any of those motions not have merit? You've denied every single motion.
I think I was here this morning about 15 minutes ago when I granted your motion to meet with your attorneys over the lunch hour. I have granted other motions of yours. Okay.
That's the first motion that you've ever granted.
Well,
in my behalf.
File motions that have
Negative.
a legal basis, and I might grant them.
So you're saying none of my motions have had merit?
He just insulted her.
Not many, no.
Her intelligence.
And none of the motions that my first team, you denied every one of my first team's motions. You denied every one of my second team's motions. And now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't.
I bet you she can chew like corn on the cob through a hurricane fence. The way she like does her nose up, you know, I don't know. She's nasty. disrespectful. See you next Tuesday.
Every one of my second team's motions, and now you denied every one of my motions until today.
I haven't denied every one of your motions.
Every single one of their motions was denied. Every single one of the second team's motions were denied, and all mine. So you didn't come into this with any bias against me in the first place?
Again, file a motion that has legal merit.
I love it.
And none of my attorneys ever filed a motion with any legal merit?
They filed a motion on your behalf, the first team, to preclude media coverage, and I issued my ruling according to the law.
Mm-hmm.
All right. They filed a motion to have you dressed out, not in jail clothes during hearings like this. Okay.
You're welcome.
That was not based in law. I denied that motion. So I've ruled on the motions as required by law.
Without any kind of a conclusion of law in them, just denied, 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 denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
Joe?
All right. Are you done?
Do what?
Doesn't she not ever include case law? Hardly.
Oh, actually, she does. She does. She has several times.
She didn't do it very often.
Oh no, not often, but she has in some of her filings, and some of them handwritten filings even.
Yeah.
Law in them, just denied, 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 denied. Does that not show a bias and a prejudice against one single person?
All right. Are you done?
Are you not going to recuse yourself?
No, I'm denying your motion.
Yeah, bitch.
Anything else?
That's not Nancy Joe level, but that's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it is.
All right. I was handed
I'll be the plunger and I'll keep bringing up the old shit. I will keep bringing it up. Okay. Because I'm here. I'm sorry. I've probably ran so many people off today because I've been cynical and I've been replaying this all damn day.
I am going to have to duck out before too long.
Me
motion
too.
to suppress all evidence pertaining to Jeep Wrangler.
I love the way you
I have not
handle it.
received that.
Did you probably got a copy of it today or not?
No.
Oh, do we need to make copies?
Let Lori handwrite them.
All right, go ahead and make copies for the state. I also have a motion to dismiss for non-preservation of
So she filed two motions today.
evidence.
So non-preservation and
To exclude evidence from a Jeep Wrangler.
okay, the window and the door that
Yeah.
a supposed bullet went through or something.
But
Yeah.
but that wasn't the Jeep Wrangler. The Jeep Wrangler is what was
I know.
shot from.
Right, but
Wait to see those motions.
Oh yeah, no kidding, huh? Because it's the car that would have the bullet
Right.
hole. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So make a copy. I guess the state can file their response to those. All right. Anything else for today from the state's perspective?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We'll see everyone on the 29th at 1 p.m. Again, that's in this courtroom.
She's horrible. Anyways, all right. I got my aggression out. Anyways, thank you for coming on.
course.
Donna, thank you for, keeping up. I don't know what to call it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Okay, well, all right. I'm gonna go watch that again, probably in the comfort of my own bed.
Okay.
And,
I'm probably
okay,
gonna
guys.
I'm probably gonna rewatch it later too on my channel.
Okay, good. We'll be there.
All right,
We'll be
sounds
there.
good.
All right. We'll see you there. All right, good. Justice for Tylee, Charles, Tammy, JJ, and Joe. Love always wins. You're proof of this. Thanks for the super chats too, y'all. Forgot. Sorry. Thanks, mods. All right. Bye. I was about to dart out.